Who you gonna call? MFM, everybody. I think that this system wants to act stupid, but we got to do what we got to do. You know what I look like. I don't know why it's doing this dumb stuff. I've got two hot spots and I've got my thing hardwired. So uh, just understand everybody's having issues with their system. Salute to everybody. Happy, happy, happy Thursday to you. Forgive me, I'm behind in this reading schedule, although I'm going to try to pick up. Um, Greetings to everybody again. Who you gonna call? Coon Busters. This is Angry Black Men's Book Club. And just to let you know, if anything strange happens, you need to know that YouTube took down my postings. Um, they took down the Angry Black Men's posting. I mean, nobody, now they just take stuff down and they don't tell you. And by the way, I'm not advocating violence against anyone or radical social change or anything like that. So this just goes to show you the censorship has gone stone mad. Again, I want to thank everybody for everything that you're doing. In a few hours, I'll be out of fake book jail. All that means is that for the thousands of people that I haven't been able to share with or communicate with, at least until they kick me off again, um, I'll be talking to more people. Let me see, it's 9:39. I'm 9 minutes behind, and I wanted to be on time, people. And I'm really hurt because I got two books. One book, I want to thank people for the contributions. Believe it or not, I'm not spending the money on white women in song. When I get stuff, I buy books or things to share with. Every now and then, I may give a donation to someone else in need. So it's not like I'm trying to do anything crazy, nobody. And man, do I have some stuff here. Let me see. I don't even have to hmm, play with this too much, but we got to do some sex, race, and eugenics today. The Forgive me, yesterday that book on Jim Jones that actually depressed me, man. I can't read any more of that. Believe it or not, I do address these topics, but this stuff really, it makes me sick and tired, man. I don't like it. Has anybody seen oh, okay, and questions. And by the way, I'll be working with Brother Kulik pretty soon. You'll be able to call in. I'll be able to call in and I'll be able to chat with people more directly. Uh yeah, I'm gonna have to spend some more money on it. Now, Jeff Savage, good morning to you, brother, in North Carolina. MFM stands for motherfucking money. And that is a way that, because reparations sounds tired talking to people in the streets, but MFM, I mean, it's more, MFM. Where's my MFM? Okay. And by the way, none other than the great Mahalia Jackson was reported as using the words MFM back in the 1950s. So I just want to let everybody know MFM ain't new. I didn't start it. MFM was used by my favorite gospel singer, Mahalia Jackson. I'm hoping, and I'm going to try to do this, that I can get, I may have to reset this computer because there's something attacking my computer. I don't know why. And I've got my stuff hardwired. I just want you to know that, which means I shouldn't have a problem. But then again, there it is. So again, Coon Busters, good morning. I'm a few hours behind. I also want to say to you, I did want to get with y'all. Yesterday, my mother was sick. That's my mom. That's just us. Everybody else is deceased or far away. So that kind of threw off what it's doing. But better that she's doing well. Okay, we need to look out for each other. Um, and I guess if y'all don't mind me just sharing some stuff, uh, I absolutely would love for people to look at some of the new social media things: Rumble, Telegraph, Signal, uh, and I'm thinking that if you email me, I don't want everybody calling. I can't, and I don't want to call everybody. But they're pictures of Hunter Biden with literally looking like he's trying to have sex with the child. That's Hunter Biden, the son of Joe Biden. There are pictures of what looks to be the House, I should say Senate Majority Leader Schumer, looking like he's being very sexual with the black female minor. There's a lot of stuff going on. I want to let you know here in D.C., there's supposed to be as many as 20,000 National Guards persons. I need to let you know that there are things that are going to roll out in the next few days. You know, Trump got impeached yesterday for the second time. There's more to this, y'all. If you're looking, WikiLeaks has has done all kinds of data drops on everything. Uh, it's so much stuff until you won't get through it all. But they're talking about pedophilia for, and that what's this guy, Steve Jobs, had AIDS and other things. They're putting this all out there. It's out there. It's out there. It's out there. Don't believe me. And they're tyrannizing and attacking everybody that halfway speaks up. You don't hear me out here telling people to storm buildings, and they'll shut and cut your stuff off. And so, you know, I'm being slightly careful. Hey, Psych L 333, and to everybody, let me see, I'm going to give it just a couple more minutes. I see 36 people on the YouTube. In fact, if you cannot see me and you want to see me, and you're sitting on the StreamYard, my YouTube channel, which is Randy Short, does show me. Got interrupted. I'm sorry, y'all. They are messed. They do not like the little teeny tiny people like me. They don't like us. I mean, they'll make you think we're all crazy. They just shut me off here on YouTube. I do apologize for this blackout. It ain't me. I'm going to try to reset this one more time so we can all be on one page. And again, I do apologize. I am not messing with the technology. Hello to everybody there on the YouTube page. I'm going to see what I can do real fast with this insanity on StreamYard. And I want to let you know, when I get through today, in particular, if y'all hook me up, I'm going to get a restream. I'm going to have a whole different streaming service. I'm going to have two. I'm going to have two streaming services at one time. In case one thing does something stupid, I can do something else. So I've already looked at it. It's $15 a month. I have to decide today if I want to spend $150 so I can just do what I got to do and not have problems. So I'm thinking I'm going to go to a different stream service so I can stream on maybe 7, 8, or 9 platforms, and we'll just do this week. Absolutely. I don't have time for foolishness, and bear with me. I'm just cleaning this up. Everything was working. The camera, all of this was on. and then all of a sudden something happened, maybe 20 minutes before I'm supposed to go on. Everything started acting freaky. um, it happens. We're not supposed to have these conversations. Freedom isn't free. Freedom of speech, black folks, isn't free. So there's 6 of you watching. Just know that if you can hear my voice, you can come over to YouTube, the Randy Short YouTube channel. I even have a Randy Lancaster short one. I'm not using that yet. I'm also on the Randy Lancaster short and fake book. So yeah, I know this is why, and that within the next couple of days we're going to have 7 or 8 different stream things, so they can do what they want to do. We'll simply go to another one. Our ancestors always planned for people being crackers and devils and whatever, and some of these people are Kamala's people with the little dots and all. And I don't hate Indians. In fact, when I get my stuff together, I'm going to send some money to an Indian minister I know that's helping the untouchables, the Dalits, the black Indians getting screwed. So let's all be on this on one page. Yeah, I just shut down the restream. I'm not restream, but the StreamYard for 1 second. I'm going to bring it back up, and then we're going to try to go from here. I do have some very good books today that I'm going to start off. Normally we've been doing I've been doing a lot of white authors, and I've been doing a lot of white stuff, and it's not because I don't like uh, black writers, but a lot of times, I'm going to just say this to you folks who follow the conscious and hotep people, a lot of times, in order to make up for the lack of knowledge or information that comes from bona fide black FBA, B1, ADOS, whatever you want to call it, sources, they use almost exclusively black authors, which is fine. But a lot of the stuff that I'm doing is slightly different, but it's for a black audience. So I guess I'm kind of doing like a black Nat King Cole, Johnny Mathis type thing. I'm still black. My information is still for black people, but it's the sort of stuff that you might not ordinarily hear from our side. And I'm proud of that. I'm glad I'm offering something that somebody else may not mention, and I ain't mad at them. I am absolutely proud of everybody making a contribution. Everybody's got to do their little bit. I'm looking, trying to think if I can find. I know I had this book by this white dude that went around killing people. And I'm trying to think, where's this white devil's book? I know I got it. I know I brought it up in here. Oh, here it is. It's right here. And I might do a couple of quick readings out of a few books just to run through it. I might even do some different stuff. It all depends. But I do have I want to go back to reading about the black genocide thing. Just a few more pages of it, by the William Patterson book. Wasn't that fantastic yesterday? The way the dude was just breaking down how black people being killed. I have, let me see. And I got 2 other books. I want to be able to show everybody. Man, this is, so in just a second, it's a couple of, they're going to put the StreamYard back up. Okay, let me see. Make certain that they have me on the right thing. They got me on the right thing. Cool. I have the Wi-Fi. I may turn Wi-Fi off and see if I can get. And if my Wi-Fi is off, just maybe, we'll have everything moving. There's 64 people. Oh my God. By the way, how do y'all feel about impeachment? Impeachment, impeachment, impeachment. What are y'all thinking about it? I think it's all BS. The man's almost, I mean, either he's leaving or he's staying. I mean, he's going to cease to be president in 7 days. What's an impeachment? I mean, what about our $2,000? If they wanted to impress me, cut my ass another check because the stimulus, that's already gone. I mean, send me some more money. I mean, if you want to impress me, send me some more money. If y'all want people to stop attacking federal buildings, execute anybody that did anything really bad. I don't care right, left, or center. They had no business in there. They should get whacked. Treat them like a traitor. Shoot them like they shot Breonna Taylor. Shoot them like they shoot black folk all the time, right? And I'm looking at this. Okay, Mr. Computer. Don't tell me that they're not going to. Okay, let me try something different. I'm going to turn the Wi-Fi on. And see, because I don't want to stream over Wi-Fi and I have it hardwired. But, okay. And I have, they're more radical people, but I do want y'all to hear something from somebody who we often don't hear from. Not their more progressive ideas. Okay, no, that's not what I want. I want this to go down there. And let me see. One more second. And it should kick in 1 second. Please bear with me. Wow. And it is cold as hell here. I'm going to just go ahead and move this in the studio. Okay, not in the stream. Well, I want to unmute it. Unmute it. Device is not connected. Well, why aren't they connected? So anyway, y'all need to know that my sources, I was on a call with some generals, that the Insurrection Act thing has been moved. Trump and them have done something. And there may be an inauguration in March. There may be an inauguration in March. I don't know what's going on, but I don't know if you know, but I think that they do it. Okay, yes. I got the stream up. Ain't that nothing? Okay. I'm backstage. Okay. There, it's almost there. Pretty soon I'll be up. What is going on with this? This thing is saying I'm backstage. Let me, that's interesting. I see my camera. Oh, I see. I get what's going on here. Which one? Okay, I'm going to unplug your ass. I see what's going on. Okay, there was a problem. I see what it is now. Okay, that's what it is. Apple messed me up, y'all. I had, I bought a webcam, and apparently the webcam and the other cam were interfering with each other. And I'm trying to think hold on, one more second. Now, I should have the other cam should automatically come on. Something should have automatically come on. So how this thing turned on the other camera and turned off my other. Hold on, this is annoying. I'm about, and this thing's telling me I'm backstage, and I'm not backstage. There, give me one more second. Looks like you've logged out of StreamYard. Please refresh another page. I don't know what they're talking about. 1 second. Hmm. Oh. What? Give me one more second. This is doing something really wacky. It put me on a show I did like several days ago instead of putting me directly on. Okay. Clyburn. Oh, yes. What do y'all think about Clyburn? I'm disgusted by all of these people because nobody's talking about whatever the corona. They're not talking about homelessness. They're not talking about people facing evictions. They're not talking about nothing. And this Negro's talking about the lift every voice and sing. I mean, are these people crazy? Oh, 1 second. I need to pause this for 1 second. All right. Okay. There's some kind of mess up here. I can't wait anymore. It's after 10. We have work to do. The video will come on. You couldn't see what's going on, but at some point, this StreamYard made me a guest on my own platform. And I had to go through and do a whole bunch of stuff to verify the account, which doesn't make any sense. They put me on the old programs that I've already done and didn't let me in here. So, in as much as we can't change them, but we should change ourselves. You know what I look like. You know how to find me. The video will eventually come on, and I don't really care about how they feel about it. I'm going to do what I can do with it and just keep it moving. We don't have to worry about them because, they're just them. But yesterday, again, I want to greet all of you with the great words of MFM. Hello to you, all of you, everybody, and thank you for your patience. Um, Y'all need to remember I'm lucky. Black newspapers, journalists, and people have been hung, bombed, bought out. I mean, they killed maybe 20 some odd members of of the Black Panther Party over the newspaper. Black information is the kind of power they don't want us to have. So don't don't despair. We know how they are. I left off. I left off yesterday from this book called We Charge Genocide. We Charge Genocide. And if you saw the program yesterday, I'll put it up for you who are in the on the StreamYard. We Charge Genocide by edited by William Patterson. And I want to read the last few portions of this. And then I'm going to go into someone that you're more familiar with. I am posting this so you can look at this. I am in the book We Charge Genocide. We Charge Genocide by William Patterson. I'm on page 12. And this is the opening statement of the charges brought against the U.S. government in 1950s and in late 1940s to talk about what's happened to Black people. And I'm going to give you a couple of pages of evidence and read a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to go to someone else. Here we go. Listen to this, and I stopped here, but I will reread it again. This is talking about racial murders. People need to understand that genocide is not necessarily killing all the people, killing any of the people, killing Breonna Taylor, killing Ahmaud Arbery. These are acts of genocide, whether you've been taught that or not. And they've got you waiting for them to kill everybody before you recognize that killing some is killing all. I'm on page... I'm on page 12. I'm going to read this, but I'm going to skip to 13, but let me read all of it. Not all murders or assaults are by police, but some results from segregation, from living in fire traps, or from denying badly injured Negroes entry into hospitals because of their color. Others result from the constant declaration and determination of white supremacists that Negroes have no rights that a white man is bound to respect. The following are cases that are typical. Mr. and Mrs. O'Day Short and their two little girls were burned to death 2 days before Christmas 1945 in a fire of incendiary origin set by persons that did not want them to move into a white neighborhood in Fontana, California. They had received threatening notes, and the police informed them that they were out of bounds. While the family was away, the house was sprayed with an inflammable chemical. When a match was lighted upon the family's return, there was an explosion, and all four were fatally burned. 3 Negro children, Ruby Nell Harris, Mary Burnside. Ruby Nell Harris was 4, Mary Burnside 8, and Frankie Thurman 12 of Kosciuszko, Mississippi, were slain on January 8, 1950 by 3 white men, Leon Turner, Malcolm White, and Wendell Witt, who also raped Pauline Thurman, 17, and shot Thomas Harris, the father and stepfather of the children. Harris died of his wounds. Turner and Wendell Witt received life sentences. Malcolm White was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Matthew Avery, student of North Carolina A&T College, died after an auto accident on December 8, 1950. When he was refused admittance to Duke Hospital at Durham, he died 1 hour later. Leroy Foley died in Breckinridge County Hospital, Hardinsburg, Kentucky on August 1950 after he and 2 other Negroes lay on the floor for 3 hours, refused medical attention for injuries and an automobile accident. Betty Graves, a nurse in the hospital, said that they were refused treatment because we didn't have facilities for colored people. A Negro ambulance service was called to transport the men out of the hospital. It was 70 miles away and did not arrive for 3 hours. Jesse Lawrence, its driver, said the blood had not been wiped from their faces. Jesse Davidson of Jackson, Georgia, was slain on his farm on June 12, 1948, by 2 men who accused him of not moving his wagon over to the right quickly enough when they wanted to pass him. Ellis Hudson, 50, of Nacogdoches, Texas, was shot and killed by Texas Constable 1 Happenstead, who had beaten and imprisoned Hudson's son during the week of March 21st, 1948, because the boy did not address him as sir. The elder Hudson was killed when he came to court to arrange bail for his son. Hosea W. Allen of Tampa, Florida, was shot and killed on September 26, 1948, when he asked to be served a bottle of beer. Victor Pinellas, the proprietor of the tavern, explained that he killed Allen because he did not permit Negro customers. He was freed. Isaiah Nixon, a 28-year-old war veteran, was shot and killed in the presence of his wife and children on September 6, 1948, after he had voted in that day's primary election in Montgomery County, Georgia. A jury freed M.L. Johnson, the killer. Willie Palmer was shot 5 times and critically wounded by J.C. Bradford on June 24, 1950, because he sat in the white section of a restaurant operated at the Knox Glass Company in Jackson, Mississippi. Sheriff Troy Mashburn said the shooting was in self-defense. Robert Mallard, a 37-year-old Negro salesman, was shot and killed in Lyons, Georgia on the night of November 20, 1948, after he had led a campaign defending the right of Negroes to vote. His car was stopped and ambushed by three cars set up as a roadblock. He was killed in the presence of his wife, Mrs. Amy Mallard, his child, and 2 cousins. Mallard had been warned not to vote in the Democratic primary election. Otis Newsom of Wilson, North Carolina, a 25-year-old veteran and father of 3 children, was shot and killed during the week of April 4th, 1948, by N.C. Strickland, a gas station operator. Strickland killed Newsom after the Negro asked that service for his car with brake fluid that he had just purchased. Roe Nathan Roberts, 23-year-old war veteran, was shot and killed in Sardis, Georgia, when he failed to say yes, sir, to a white man in May of 1947. A student of Temple University, Philadelphia, on the GI Bill, Roberts was visiting relatives when he was killed. No one was tried for murder. Willie Pittman, a taxi driver, was found slain and mutilated on May 28, 1947, on a country road near Rocky Mount, North Carolina. That's where my family's from. His legs and arms had been cut off, his body split open, and his head smashed. Hosea Carter of Sandy Hook, Mississippi, was found dead May 2, 1948, of a shotgun blast in the chest. Deputy Sheriff T.W. White said Carter had been killed by a white man whose name I don't remember. He added, however, that the murderer had done what any decent white man would have done because the white man had found Carter trying to enter a home. Mrs. May Noyes, a 22-year-old pregnant mother of 3 children, was shot and killed on May 4th, 1947 by a white man, Albert Huey, at Camp Hill, Alabama. Huey was running amok, shooting up the Negro community after an argument with a Negro war veteran. When he was accosted, Mrs. Noyes when he was accosted, Mrs. Noyes and shot her in the hip. She slumped to the street. Huey kicked her. Get up. She staggered to her feet and started to run, but Huey shot her in the back. She crawled on the porch of a white woman, Mrs. Inori Reeves, where she died. Huey was released on a $1,000 bail and no charges were ever placed against him. Charles Smith was slain by Marvin Matthews and Wyatt Adams on November 23, 1947, when they were terrorizing the Negro community at Lillington, North Carolina. At the same time, they shot and wounded Daniel Lee Brassford and attacked 4 other Negroes. A Harnett County jury freed the men after deliberating 27 minutes. Wesley Thomas, a Negro woodchopper, was shot in the back and killed by D.W. Thompson, a 21-year-old white, on June 30th in Louisiana. Thomas had engaged in an argument that morning with the white farmer from whom he had been asking back pay for work performed. A posse was looking for him when Thompson was found and shot him as he was running towards his house. He tried to run into the house and I let him have it, Thompson said, and was exonerated on the grounds that there were weapons in the house towards which Thomas was running. Elmore Bowling, 30, was shot and killed December 1947 in Loudonsboro, Alabama. Clark Lucky, a white man who claimed the Negro had insulted his wife over the telephone, was arrested for murder but was later released. Caleb Hill, prisoner in Ironton, Georgia jail, was taken from his cell on May 30th, 1940 by 2 white men, according to Sheriff George Hatcher, who said they had picked up the jail door keys from his desk. Hill was beaten and shot to death. His body was found 3 miles from town. Dr. M.A. Santa Cruz, prominent Negro dentist of Pulaski, Virginia, was beaten to death on February 6, 1951 by 2 white hoodlums who were molesting 2 Negro girls. He was killed when he attempted to protect them. Morris Scott was slain during the week of October 7, 1950 in Linden, Alabama by William R. Welch and George Baker. Welch admitted firing the shotgun blast that killed Scott. County Sheriff T. Wilmer Shields declined to disclose the motive for the killing. Perhaps this fragmentary list may serve to indicate the extent of mass murder on the basis of race. Each slaying is to no small degree terrifies entire Negro communities. For that is its purpose. It is not uncommon for inhabitants of such communities to spend days and nights hiding in the wood and swamps after slaying. These crimes are not unconnected with the Negro's fight for the right to vote, as guaranteed him by the 14th and 15th Amendments of the Constitution of the United States. If a Negro has no right to life, he clearly has no right to vote. If a Negro may die for asking for a bottle of beer, something similar may happen if he asks for a raise or back pay or tries to organize into trade unions or go on strike. In the South, the Negro's fight for the ballot is the central issue. Around it revolve most of the incitements to genocide and virtually all the widespread terrorist activity of the Ku Klux Klan. Incitement to genocide. Incitement takes many forms, but the common denominator of every form is openly avowed determination that the Negro shall not have the rights guaranteed him under the Constitution of the United States, the United Nations Charter, and the Genocide Convention. Thus, James E. Burns, governor of South Carolina, former Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, former Secretary of State, um, former senator, recently declared that South Carolina would abolish the state school system rather than abolish segregation in the schools. Openly flouting the basic law of the United States and United Nations, he not only incited to genocide but reinforced a system which trains thousands of children in white supremacy, guaranteeing genocide and its protagonists in the future. When another recent statement, the former Secretary of State, so solicitous while in that office for free elections everywhere, save in his home, declared that South Carolina would find a way to retain its white primary elections. He incited genocide against any American Negro who tried to avail himself of his legal right to vote in South Carolina. That is not the rhetoric that is not the rhetoric will that is not rhetoric that will be proven by numerous instances of Negroes killed or assaulted when they attempted to vote after white citizens have been incited to murder and other violence against the Negro people, such as statements by those of Burns. Uh, we shall prove, moreover, that such incitements by high government officials are the rule rather than the exception in many parts of the South. We shall show that Governor Herman Talmadge of the state of Georgia, inciting genocide over the radio October 22nd, 1949, when he said, speaking of Negro efforts to enforce the Constitution, we will fight them in the counties and in the cities. We intend to fight hand in hand with all of our weapons, and we will never submit to 1 inch of encroachment on our traditional pattern of segregation. We shall show numerous other such instances on the part of Governor Talmadge and other officials of the state of Georgia submitted in the appendix a detailed case history revealing how genocide is used in Georgia to deprive American Negroes of their right to vote. The Georgia case history is typical of the record of such violence throughout the South. We shall submit for your attention incitements to genocide, sometimes delicately phrased, but always unmistakable in their meaning and tragic in their result, by Governor J. Strom Thurmond of South Carolina, Governor Fielding M. Wright of Mississippi, and former Governor Dixon of Alabama. We shall show how these officials and others formed a conspiracy in 1948 to deprive the Negro people of their vote through violence. Its guise was a political part of the so-called states' rights or Dixiecrat movement. Its successful purpose was the liquidation of President Truman's demagogic appeal for civil rights. We shall submit excerpts from the official speaker's handbook of the state rights movement, approved by Governors Thurmond, Wright, and Dixon, and punctuated throughout with with incitements to violence. Typical of the incitements is on page 52, which reads, in many counties throughout the South, a few thousand whites operate farms, businesses, and industry and furnish employment to hundreds of thousands of Negroes. If these Negroes voted and elected their kinds of officials, which would happen if they voted, there would be there would there would not be business or industry operating in the county 12 months after they took over unless violence was resorted to for the protection of business and industry and farming against the improvident acts of incompetent and corrupt administration. Certainly, no right thinking American wants to wreck any section of our country. Not even the highest tribunals of the American state, the Senate, and the House of Representatives are exempt, as we shall show from these incitements to genocide. For example, in June of 1948, Senator Allen J. Ellender of Louisiana told the Senate of the United States, The more freedom and the more privilege a Negro is given, the more he will abuse that privilege. He will run wild and do violence to society in which he moves. It is manifest, we submit, that after hearing Senator Ellender, that some white Americans think that it is their duty to prevent Negroes from doing violence to the society in which they move by seeing it that they not get more freedom and more privilege. By means of this spurious rationale, genocide is made into civic virtue. To view such expressions as philosophic abstractions or political huckstering is to ignore the violence and death that are daily fare of the Negro people as a direct result. Senator Walter F. George of Georgia wrote in a moment of candor in 1936, "Why apologize or evade? We've been very careful to obey the letter of the federal Constitution, but we have been very diligent and astute in violating the spirit of such amendments and statutes as would lead to the Negro to believe of himself the equal of a white man, and we shall continue to conduct ourselves in that way." Sorry, this thing is acting weird. Okay. All right. Klan terror. With statesmen justifying genocide, it remains for others and the scores of vigilant organizations that dot the South, chartered and encouraged, as we shall show, by the various states to carry out the crime. More specifically, great inflammatory anti-Negro meetings in which thousands of robed members participate are common throughout the South, particularly during election years. A Reverend Harrison, known as the Railroad Evangelist, told a meeting of the Atlanta Ku Klux Klan, for example, November 1st, 1948, "In God's sight, it is no sin to kill a nigger, for a nigger is no more than a dog." In the same meeting, according to witnesses, one Itchy Trigger Finger Nash, an Atlanta patrolman to whom the Klan had given an award for killing more Negroes than any of his colleagues, expressed the hope that he would not have to kill all the Negroes in the South by myself. "I want some help from my brother Klansmen." Typical of the membership oaths of these vigilante organizations is that of the United Sons of Dixie, which was incorporated in Tennessee on December 28, 1943, operated as a wartime front organization for the Ku Klux Klan. The oath included, "Will you fight to make the USA a white country? These United States of America must and shall be a white man's country for white people, the master race. We must keep it that way." At one point in a ceremony for new members, according to a report filed with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the president of the United Sons of Dixie said, "We want 15 million members in the United States, and every one of them with a good gun and plenty of ammunition. Eventually, we must eliminate the Negroes from this country." Typical, too, speeches heard on the many street corners in southern cities. That was Homer Lewis, Jr., leader of the Columbians, a racist vigilante organization chartered in the state of Georgia, on the corner of Stovall Street and Flash Shoals Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia, on October 1st. October 1st, 1946, he says, "We don't want anybody to join," he said, "who's not ready to get out and kill niggers and Jews." 2 days later, in the meeting of the Columbians at 1 98.5 Whitehall Street in Atlanta, Georgia. Loomis said, "There is no end to what we can do through the ballot. If we want to bury all niggers in the sand, if we organize white Gentiles politically to combat the Jew and nigger blocs, we can pass laws enabling us to bury all niggers in the sand." During the same year, Loomis told the Imperial Consilium of the Ku Klux Klan, East Point, Clavering, Georgia, "We propose that all niggers in America be shipped back to Africa with time bombs on board the ship as an economy measure." With other racist terrorist organizations include, as we shall show, the American Gentile Army, sometimes called the Commoner Party, and the J.B. Stoner Anti-Jewish Party. But by far the largest is the Ku Klux Klan, charted in most southern states as well as elsewhere. Its philosophy is so reminiscent of Hitler's. It is exemplified by the statement of the imperial wizard Hiram W. Evans, writing in Negro Suffrage, a false theory: "The first essential to success of any nation, in particular any democracy, is the national unity of mind. Its citizens must be one people." He writes in German, "Ein Volk." "They must have common instincts and racial and national purpose. We should see in the Negro a race even more diverse from ourselves than are the Chinese, with inferior intellect, inferior honesty, and greatly inferior industry. His racial inferiority applies equally to all alien races and justifies our attitude towards the Chinese, Japanese, and Hindus. No amount of education can ever make a white man out of any other color. It is a law on this earth that the races can never exist together in complete peace and friendship, and certainly never in a state of equality." Opening on this principle, thousands of hooded, masked Klansmen robed in white rode through the countryside, killing, flogging, shooting, wrecking, pillaging. Their activities are winked at by what passes for democratically elected legal authority when not initiated by it. Police officers themselves often participate in their activities. The target of their organized terror is almost always the Negro people, although with increasing frequency, members of the Klan are hired to prevent unionization of workers to keep wages down. The terror organized by the Klan, with its cooperation, as we shall prove, of various states, is a powerful mechanism in preventing almost two-thirds of all of those eligible to vote under the law and constitution in 7 southern states from actually voting. It is a major instrument of terror in preventing political democracy in the southern United States, thus perpetrating in power, as we shall show, a minority clique and corporate interests that they represent, not only locally but nationally in the federal Congress. Our evidence includes many instances of psychological terror and mass intimidation on the basis of race, particularly as perpetuated by the Klan. These, we maintain, contravene that part of the Genocide Convention forbidding the causing of serious mental harm to members of the group. Some indication of this terror is manifest in the following cases. Cyclops Roper of the Georgia Ku Klux Klan reported April 1st, 1946, that he had conferred with the gubernatorial candidate Eugene Talmadge on the ways and means of keeping Georgia Negroes from voting, and that Talmadge had replied by writing that the word pistols on scraps of paper. In a radio address from Jackson, Mississippi on June 22nd, 1946, Senator Theodore Bilbo of the Senate announced that he was a Klansman. He called upon every red-blooded American in Mississippi to resort to any means at their command to prevent Negroes from voting. After a good deal of violence against those Negroes who tried to vote, Bilbo was reelected. On March 2nd, 1948, 300 robed Klansmen in Wrightsville, Georgia, paraded around the courthouse square and burned a cross there on election eve. Said Dragon Green, "Whenever the Negro takes his place at the side of the white man, blood will flow in the streets of the South." March 20th, 1948, in Jeffersonville, Georgia, crosses were burned on the courthouse lawn on Saturday and Sunday nights before the county primary day. Small coffins labeled KKK were placed on the doorsteps of those Negroes who it was thought might try to vote. At Columbus, Georgia, KKK white supremacy leaflets were dropped from an airplane over the Negro districts just before the primary election. On June 30th, 1948, at Macon, Georgia, a cross was burned before the home of Larkin Marshall, Negro Progressive Party candidate for the United States Senate. He received notes threatening him if he did not withdraw his candidacy. On July 23rd, 1948, at Stone Mountain, Georgia, 3,000 robed Klansmen, convening in cars from all parts of Georgia and 14 other states, inducted 700 new members under a 30-foot fiery cross. Herman Talmadge was extolled by Dragon Green as the only man in the gubernatorial race who believes in white supremacy. Green again predicted that blood would flow in the streets if Negroes were given their constitutional rights. On August 9th, 1948, on the eve of the Democratic primary in Columbus, South Carolina, the Klan burned fiery crosses on the front of a Negro church where the mechanics of voting were being explained. Okay. Hold on one second. They're messing with my mic. First they take the video out. Now they're saying my microphone's not working. 1 second, people. Just 1 second. Yeah, y'all can hear me on the YouTube. It's that they took the mic got shut off on StreamYard. They're working this thing today. Okay, I'm gonna change. Okay, I'm going to keep reading, but this is like nuts. Okay, let me keep going. Folks are going to have to come over here. I do apologize. Everything isn't working. They're messing with the communications. I need to tell everybody it's alleged that they're going to pull the internet down for maybe 4 or 5 days. That could happen. Don't assume. I mean, need to learn something about the Most High. These folks have been crazy for hundreds of years. They're not going to suddenly get normal behind an election, one way or the other. I'm at a loss for what's going on here. Let me go back to where I was. And I'm try to force this out. Okay. On August 9th, 1948, on the eve of the Democratic primary in Columbia, South Carolina, the Klan burned. Okay, yes. At Nashville, Tennessee, postal authorities on November 2nd, 1948, began an investigation of hundreds of threatening notes received by Negroes signed by the Klan, warning them not to vote. I want to stop for 1 second and say to y'all, this is the Democratic Party that we have so much trust in. These are all Democratic stuff. I'm not saying the Republicans are cool either, but my God, this is one murder after the other at the hands of white Democratic Party people. And we're not being honest that, you really don't have anything but the Most High and whatever armaments you have in your house and your few friends that aren't cowards. There are people on both sides who would like for us to live in fear and to be afraid. There's an answer. You need to be armed. You need to have a means to have access to water, electrical power, whatever you can get. You can even save your own poop and make methane gas. You need to have enough land or whatever where you can grow some of your own stuff. We're going to be put in a situation sooner than later because there are people. This all the stuff I'm reading didn't go away. These young white men that were murdering black people that I'm reading to you, they have grandchildren now who think more or less the same way. Um, and it's incumbent on us to get a clue of what's happening. We've got to do something about where we are and uh, and get ourselves together. I mean, it's. I'm going to read more of this, and I'm hopefully I'll be able to pull this other thing up. But uh, I believe in my heart of hearts that we've been done a great favor by the capital stuff, by Antifa. All this stuff happening is a fundamental warning to wake up, to think, to strap up, to draw close to God, draw close to personal safety, draw close to interdependence upon righteous people and independence from people you don't need. And I meet people from all over. I have cussed out my share of people who have land in their family and don't do anything with it. They're so, forgive me, fucking stupid that you have land and you don't do anything with it. You just, well, you see it as a tax bill instead of something that you could do with when people died for it. We have a lot of incredibly weak, buffoonish black people who are shallow. Um, my family has maybe 4 acres of land. If I could do one thing, if I had more, maybe if nothing else, have people cut trees off of it. I'm talking about people have 20, 30, 40, 50, so they sell it off for practically nothing. It's a shame. Let me go back to this. In Florida, November 3rd, 1948, a Klan motorcycle burned fiery crosses in the Negro residential districts from Mount Dora to Miami. A Klan procession, including 50 motor cars, paraded through the streets of Brighton, Alabama on December 22nd, 1948, to intimidate Negroes. A similar demonstration for the benefit of the Negro folks took place on the same date in Bessemer, Alabama. 40 automobiles filled with hooded Klansmen warned the student body at Talladega College in Alabama on January 17, 1949, not to participate in the Alabama Students' Conference on Civil Rights. Mrs. J.M. Sweet, a Negro school teacher, received a threatening note from the Ku Klux Klan on January 24th, 1949, when she moved into a white neighborhood in Richmond, Virginia, the note contained a bullet and said, "You are not smart." The police provided an escort for the Klan demonstration bearing an electric cross and Klan flags in Tallahassee, Florida on January 27, 1949. At Denmark, South Carolina. Wow, this is on my birthday, y'all. But same day, different year. February 9th, 1949, 269 hooded Klansmen held anti-Negro demonstrations parading through the rain carrying red flares. Klan activities and their mob counterparts are not confined to the South. Organized anti-Negro violence, often under police protection, has spread its pattern in the North. In Union, New Jersey, on February 19, 1949, a 5-foot cross was burned before a Negro school before the meeting, protesting the death sentence against the so-called Trenton Six Negroes. In Peekskill, New York, on August 27, 1949, a cross was burned during the assault of veterans upon those attending the concert. This psychological terror carried out by the Ku Klux Klan and other organized groups against the Negro people deters millions of them, as it was intended to do, from voting or otherwise exercising their rights in the Constitution of the United States and the Charter of the United Nations. Under the weight of these calculated demonstrations, the Negro people, particularly in the South, lived their lives in fear of violence for allegedly overstepping one of the many prohibitions in the extra-legal white supremacy code enforced by the Klan, which often operates as a state within a state. If Negroes sometimes avoid violence, they never escape from serious mental harm directed against the group. In Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, this is talking about denying the right of vote. I'm not going to waste any more time on that. Let me see if I can bring this up. This book is about $10 on Amazon. We charge genocide. I might pick another part of it just for you to hear some more. I'm going to go and just read some of the evidence, and I'm going to see if I can pull up this StreamYard again. Of course, I feel so sorry for people who took the time to want to see this. And I mean, the mic going off, the camera going off, all this. Understand that we're lucky. Back in the day, I'd probably get shot or killed or burnt or disappeared for reading a book or sharing. This is meant to intimidate people. A lot of people are afraid of social media because folks do stuff. Let me see. Genocide. Let me see. I'm going to read a few pages of the evidence. You'll find this quite interesting that our people, this is grounds for reparations. Why wasn't this book used by punk-ass Ta-Nehisi Coates and other people? Why are they talking about how people feel? All these black folks they can document that were murdered, that they know their cases. The families of the people, the descendants of people that did the genealogical work, we could identify white people who'd murdered, brutalized, killed, raped black people, and put their asses on point. Make them feel shame, make them humiliate them. They would pay us big and just deal with it. And some wouldn't, but certain people would be destroyed. Why isn't this used? This should be in every church. Everybody should have a copy of this. Let me read some more. I just want to get this, see if I can get this thing back up. And I'm going to read a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to go to some other books because we got to get moving, right? Forgive me for the tech. It ain't my fault. I ain't do it. And I'm looking at this right now. Okay, let me do this. See if I can get this up. Yes, please buy this book. And yeah, they communists, but hell, they were telling the truth. I don't care where the truth comes from. Again, get a copy of this. This is a wonderful book for anybody that talks about reparations. Ask you why this stuff didn't happen in 1860. This guy's talking about people getting shot dead at the job, shot dead in their home, the stuff taken. How many millions of acres of land? How many billions of dollars and whatever trillions taken from us? And it's this isn't even a complete. This is what serious people do. There should be this book is probably has just a fraction of what's been done to black folks, and I'm certain. And to compile all of this, and not only that, this is how you tell the Boule and the other people, you fucking traitors let this happen all these years. You can't be my leader. I don't trust you. I don't respect you. You can't be anybody that we're going to listen to. Same thing. Pastors, churches. I would not go to a church. And that's why I don't go to church much. And I'm a Christian. I like God. I can't stand these nigger preachers. They will not do for the people. You know, some pastors interested in ordaining me, and that's cool. But I'm not, you know, if you go to these other churches, I have friends who pastors, they get punished. If they're AME, if you care too much about the community, they won't give you a big church. They don't want people to go out and help people. They want you to do what you're told. Get that assessment into the church. Put an assessment, $100,000. Get your people to give the church $100,000 or $1,000,000. Don't help nobody in the community. Don't save souls. Get some MFM for your bishops. This we're in this spot because they're serious, serious scum in our community. Black traitors. They make all of this happen. Okay, let me read some more. I'm trying to get this thing up here. I'm on page 57 for anybody that's got this. And I'm going to just read a little bit more. I'm going to go to another book. The evidence. Although we believe the evidence tabulated below proves our case, we appeal to the General Assembly not as a court of law, which it is not, but as the conscience of mankind, which it should be. We appeal not in the legal sense of mankind, but to its common sense. When a crime is manifestly and overwhelmingly true, known to history, and notorious to the world, that fact itself becomes part of the evidence before the General Assembly. Similarly, although we cannot list it below as part of our evidence, we believe that the knowledge gained through the observation of the sense of every delegate to the General Assembly is the reality a part of our proof. Any delegate who has visited the capital of the United States at Washington, D.C., governed directly by the central government without benefit of local authority, knows of his own knowledge that segregation, oppression, and violation of the Charter of the Convention, the Charter and the Convention, is the policy and creature of the government of the United States. Its scope and extent in the nation's capital has been attested by a committee created by President Harry S. Truman in the document entitled To Secure These Rights. One of the most eminent officials of the United Nations, Dr. Ralph Bunche, has openly rejected a high post in his own government State Department because of the inhuman segregation in the Capitol. Although our evidence, voluminous, I hate this word, voluminous, no, I get this, okay, I'm sorry, it just got me, and I know this word, God help me, voluminously, voluminously, it doesn't even sound good, voluminously, details the crimes of the genocide suffered by the Negro people It falls far short of adequately presenting reality. The crimes presented are only those experienced by some of the petitioners, and the marked majority of the crimes committed which happen to receive attention in Negro yearbooks, the Negro press, or the labor press. The vast majority of such crimes are never recorded. This widespread failure to record crimes against the Negro people is in itself an index to genocide. Those cases included below appear in the Pittsburgh Courier, the Black Dispatch, the Amsterdam News, among other Negro papers, reports by the Tuskegee Institute, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and the American Jewish Congress Social Action Commission, the Urban League, the American Council on Race Relations, the American Civil Liberties Union, local papers, and occasional hearings by city, state, and federal agencies of government. They have been arranged chronologically beginning in 1945 and continuing until June 1951 under various headings of Articles 2 and 3 of the Genocide Convention. I don't know what's going on with this, but I'm going to just do this one more time. Pardon me for 1 second. This thing has forced me to just do a whole different thing. I'm going to just put it in there. Angry Black Men Book Club to Coonbusters. Hold on 1 second. One more second. I'm going to just roll with the punches on this. Man, this is so stupid. It cannot be emphasized too often that those killings of members of the group which are recorded are a distinct minority of those actually killed. This is historically true. The former Confederate General Reynolds of Texas, testifying before the Congressional Joint Committee on Insurrectionary Affairs, said during Reconstruction, the murder of Negroes is so common as to render it impossible to keep an accurate account of them. And as recently as 1940, a congressional report quotes a native Southerner who must remain anonymous to the effects that countless Negroes are lynched yearly, but their disappearance is shrouded in mystery, for they are dispatched quietly and without general knowledge. Give me 1 second. This thing's going to make me hustle today. But I want to read what that general said. General Reynolds of Texas, testifying before the Congressional Joint Committee on Insurrectionary Affairs, said during Reconstruction, the murder of Negroes is so common as to render it impossible to keep an accurate account of them. And we can't ask for reparations. Are y'all kidding me? Somebody's lying here, right? Somebody's joking. They killed so many people. I need to just mention, since I want to just digress for a second, many people aren't aware that following the Civil War, now people know about the Devil's Punch Bowl, which is good, that maybe 20 to 100,000 black people were starved to death in Natchez, Mississippi. But blacks were murdered all over the country, killed. And this went on the entire time. There's never been, and this is what I don't like about bastards like Henry Louis Gates. No one has ever asked how many black people were murdered between, say, 1864 and the end of Reconstruction. You will find black historians, which is one reason probably why I didn't make it into the profession. There's certain questions and things that they don't like you getting into because it opens things up. And I'm looking at this. Wow. Hold 1 second. Let me see if I can get to my channel. Are you understanding me? Somebody talk to me. These people don't do or take any risks or try to say or do anything in as much as they might lose favor or position, or they might not be as well known. Um, it's quite interesting what you see, that this thing has gone on for a long time. I was talking to a gentleman that I know, and I was saying to him, one of the things that's the problem, if you're trying to figure out why people do the stuff that they do, is that they they don't catch hell. Okay, I'm about to get mad, Joe. I'm gonna just do that because this thing is playing games with me. Um, I'm gonna just go ahead and put this on. I found that I have to say this about social media. If you give a description and people don't like what you're saying and they can read it, they give you difficulty with posting your stuff. Don't think that it's just all computers. It's not true. They have thousands of people monitoring and they don't like certain things, so they bother it. Not that I'm going to stop doing what I'm doing. I'm going to keep being me and life will continue whether people like it or not. But I mean, the numbers of black people, I ran across one county in Louisiana where maybe in a few months they killed close to 2,000 black people in one county or a couple of counties in Louisiana. They're just killing people. This is in the 1868 election. They were just killing black folk, just killing them by the thousands. People seem to forget. Everyone talks about how wonderful General Grant was. What General Grant did that a lot of y'all seem to not know is that they didn't take the guns from the white men who had fought against the Union. These folks were not asked to turn their guns over to the Union forces. They were allowed to keep all their weapons. Who do you think that they let them keep the weapons for? So that meant that black people, in fact, most people need to go back and do some quick world history. When the Civil War was going on, the United States had one of the largest militaries in the world. The Confederacy and the Union had some of the biggest armies in the world. You had 1 million white men out of a population of 10 million people in the South with guns, under arms. I mean, they're not just hunting, real combat weaponry. You had one of the best trained militaries in the world turn loose on black people. Black folks with practically no weaponry. What the hell? How do you make sense of this if you get what I'm trying to say? If you follow what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to go into FaceTime because FaceTime is messing with my computer. Hold 1 second. I think I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. But our people were systematically put. I mean, these people got destroyed, all their money taken, all the South burnt down, and then you gave all these people guns. You let them go back into the South, and these people have lost everything who already hated black folks. They're armed. I mean, they put us behind the eight ball. I mean, that kind of freedom to put you, not only did they not give them any money or anything, the people who had oppressed them were armed to the teeth. How do you, I mean, it is a miracle that we survived anything. It is a miracle that we survived anything. Let me see if this this has really been stupid today. Something is messing with my computer hard because the other day, if y'all knew I could not get my, I'm going to try to open this thing up and see if it'll open up for me. Okay, I'm trying to get out of FaceTime. FaceTime's camera is interfering with mine. Okay, let me go back to this. This is going to just give me hell for a while. Let me do what I can do. This is just really not my day with this. I'm going to unplug this camera and we'll just have to stay here for right now, folks. I do apologize. Let me go back to what I was doing. This is too much. Let me go back to reading this. We call attention to the number of cases in which the government of the United States is directly involved, such as the slayings of William McGee, Edward Honeycutt, and the Martinsville Seven, when the Supreme Court of the United States refused to permit them life despite its legal power and the duty to do so under the 14th Amendment, guaranteeing the due process of law and equality before the law, which those executed never in fact received. We too, and in several cases enumerated below, which the Department of Justice of the executive branch of the federal government was asked to intervene under the 14th and 15th Amendments, but refused. If these two amendments were enforced, few of the slayings on the basis of race listed below would have occurred. We call attention to the spreading pattern of murder and violence in the North as well as the South, particularly protected and participated by police officials. 1945, June 6, Denise Harris, a 22-year-old war veteran, was shot to death in Atlanta, Georgia by police and a civilian as he drove a white man to meet a woman at a rendezvous that the pair had made by phone. The telephone conversation was overheard by the woman's husband. Harris was killed by the bullets found from a police pistol. He had driven the car at the request of a white man. The Fulton County coroner's jury called the killing a justifiable homicide. August 15th, Lila Bella Carter, 16 years old, was raped and murdered at Fine Island, South Carolina, under circumstances which pointed suspiciously at a white insurance agent. When the young woman's father went to authorities to demand an investigation, he was jailed. Mrs. Carter's neck and jaw were broken, and she had to be placed face down in the pool of water in order to give an impression she had met her death by drowning. No action was taken against the rapist. August 21st, Irvin Jones was fatally wounded in his home in Portland, Oregon, when 3 police officers came to the house to search the premises. They had no warrant and failed to identify themselves as officers. The Jones family believed them to be burglars. Jones defended his home against their entry. One of the officers went to the rear of the home, entered and shot Jones in the back with a sawed-off shotgun, killing him. The coroner's jury exonerated the police, and the grand jury subsequently refused to indict them. Moses Green, veteran of World War I, was shot to death by two Aiken County law enforcement officers near Ellington, South Carolina. The officers were deputy sheriffs who were identified. Green was returning from town in his truck. As he stepped out of his own yard, he was shot without warning. Jesse Payne was taken from the jail at Madison, Florida, and shot to death by a lynch mob. Payne had been removed from the lynch-proof state prison and taken to an unguarded one-story shack jail at Madison and left there unguarded. On the date of his arrest, July 4th, he was attacked and wounded by a posse. Attorney General J. Tom Watson of Florida recommended the suspension of the sheriff in charge of the jail, stating that the evidence indicated the jail had not been broken into, but that Payne had been delivered up to the lynchers by the law officers. Nevertheless, the two Madison County grand juries refused to indict the sheriff, and Governor Millard Caldwell refused to suspend it. October 29th, police emptied their guns into an unidentified Negro male at 8th Avenue and 144th Streets in New York City. Eyewitnesses stated the man had raised his hand in surrender after having been pursued by a police patrol car. Was alighting from a Buick sedan when he was shot. When a crowd gathered to protest, police reinforcements arrived and clubbed the protesters. Several witnesses went to Harlem Hospital where the man lay bleeding. The subsequent delegations were unable to find out the man's name. October 29th, the body of Sam McFadden, veteran, was found floating in the Swanee River near Live Oak, Florida. Governor Millard Caldwell's own investigation and 20 witnesses gave evidence that McFadden had been lynched. Evidence was also given that the Bradford, Florida police chief, a wealthy turpentine operator, had reputed to use peon labor. Let me translate. He had slaves. This is in 1945. This man had black slaves. Slavery did not end in 1865. This is 80 years after slavery allegedly ended. He had slaves. And another man, had used peon labor, and another man were the lynchers. According to the evidence, McFadden, who had left his home to buy groceries, was put in a car and driven in the direction of the river. His body was discovered by two fishermen, and the date of the lynching was fixed by the authorities as approximately September 21st. The Swanee grand jury refused to indict any of the three. Later, the ex-marshal of Bradford was tried for allegedly subjecting McFadden, who was 60 years old, to a trial by ordeal and then forcing him to drown himself. He was charged with arresting McFadden, beating him with the whip and pistol, and making him jump into the river. The ex-marshal was convicted, sentenced to 1 year in prison and a $1,000 fine. Henry Louis Gates is a respected scholar, and so are Maxine Waters and all these other people, respected members of Congress. The real question is, what does it benefit Black people as a collective? If it's not doing all that it could or should do, there's a problem therein. As a Harvard graduate, in the words of my professor, the late Martin Kilson, his allegation is that Skip Gates' favorite activity was chasing white women. That should let you know where his head is. I'm not saying you can't chase white women, but I'm curious. When Breonna Taylor gets killed, has Skip Gates said anything? Ahmaud Arbery, there was more outcry over him being arrested for messing with the policeman than Black folks murdered. He's part of the problem. If he hasn't put his ass on the line to really help Black people, and he's just an entrepreneur, a Black person that's in all the right circles and all the right places, these are the Black people who are underperforming, if not outright betraying Black people. Quote me, Either you're doing everything that you can to solve this problem, or you've decidedly decide to do whatever you could do for yourself. I have questions. November, 70-year-old Mrs. Nisi Brown of Selma, Alabama, was beaten to death by a drunken policeman who was off duty. He beat her over the head with a bottle. The officer was acquitted in November 1945 by an all-white jury which deliberated a few minutes. The attorney for the police stated at the trial, "If we convict this brave man who is upholding the banner of white supremacy by his actions, then we may as well give up all of our guns to the niggers and let them run the black belt." A new trial, which had been ordered by the U.S. Supreme Court, freed Baker County Sheriff and two former white police officers for the death beating of Robert Hall in November 1943. Hall had been arrested near his home in Newton, Georgia on January 29, 1943. The next day, the sheriff and two whites beat him over the head with a blackjack until he fell unconscious. His death occurred soon afterwards. 14-year-old William Cohen was killed when two bullets from a policeman's gun were fired at him as he was leaving a friend's house. No action was taken against the policeman either by the grand jury or the police department. St. Clair Presley, war veteran, was killed in Jacksonville, South Carolina, as he stepped off the train in Jacksonville on his way to Hemingway, South Carolina. Presley was arrested on suspicions of an implication of a minor disturbance which had occurred several days before. Presley offered no resistance to arrest, but he was then marched down the street. The policeman suddenly pulled the trigger at the gun and killed the Negro veteran. Charges that were made that Private Eric L. Bolton of Chicago died en route to France of an intracerebral hemorrhage possibly caused by his head being rammed against the cement wall. The words are those of Captain Earl J. Carroll of San Francisco. General Eisenhower ordered an investigation into his death. Fanezi Summerall was shot and killed by a white man on an Atlanta, Georgia bus following an argument over smoking. A grand jury in December 1945 freed the white man. Two persons were killed when a reign of terror swept over the Negro community of Union Springs, Alabama. A third Negro was wounded, and a fourth was hounded out of town. The white policeman who was the murderer was well known. Edgar Thomas was murdered when the white policeman heard him discuss the Negro question with a friend in Thomas's own store. Jesse Hightower, who was also murdered. Ed Day Gary, a veteran, had one eye shot out. Reverend J.L. Pinckney was ordered to leave town because he had been witness to Thomas's murder. Mr. and Mrs. Okay, we can skip that. Walter Campbell, union organizer of the Food and Tobacco and Allied Workers of America, CIO, was stabbed to death in Little Rock, Arkansas, as he was organizing workers, particularly Negroes, during a 12-hour working day, 50 cent per hour pay. They confessed the slayer was set free. Frank Allen, taxi driver, was killed by the police of Memphis, Tennessee. A field report by the American Council on Race Relations characterized the killing as suspicious. Two white officers said Allen shot at them. However, another version stated that Allen was unarmed, that the officers dragged Allen from his cab and shot him in a vacant lot. James Mangum, 17 years old, was sentenced to death for alleged rape, charged that his confession had been forced from him by brutality. Nonetheless, the U.S. Supreme Court twice denied his appeals, and the state parole board refused to pardon him or commute a sentence. A policeman of Freeport, Long Island, New York, shot and killed Private First Class Charles Ferguson with his brother, Alfonso Ferguson. A third brother, Sheeman, third class Joseph Ferguson, was wounded in the shoulder and thrown into the brig, while the fourth brother, Richard Ferguson, was arrested and sentenced to 100 days in jail. The brothers protested Jim Crow at a local cafe where the proprietor had refused to service them because they were Negroes. After the killing, The Freeport police threw a cordon around the bus terminal and stationed the men with Tommy guns and tear gas, saying that they were warned to prevent a possible uprising of local Negroes. Investigation proved that none of the brothers were armed and that they were peaceful on their way from the cafe to the bus station where they were attacked by the policemen. Witnesses, including two white women, made affidavits that the brothers were not disorderly. The killer policeman was exonerated by the chief of police and by the Nassau grand jury. As an investigation ordered by Governor Dewey after 5 months of organized protests whitewashed the police grand jury, which refused to indict the policeman and the district attorney of Nassau County. The investigation was also denied by the lawyer for the slain brothers' families for the right to cross-examination and the right to put specific questions to the witness. February 9th, oh, my birthday again. Private Nathaniel Jackson was shot to death by a guard with a Tommy gun at the U.S. Disciplinary Barracks in Granville, Wisconsin, after a group of prisoners complained that the meat had been omitted from their lunch. Two other Negroes, not named in the newspaper, were injured in the ensuing gun attack by the guards. February 11th, a robbery and murder that occurred in February of a crime U.S. Supreme Court set aside the decision, but on February 11, 1946, Edward Patton was sentenced to die by the criminal court of Lauderdale County, Mississippi. Attorneys for Patton showed that his confession had been forced from him, and he had been grifted for 3 consecutive days and twice taken into the woods to be shown. There's a typo in here. That's okay. I'll keep going. Timothy Hood, a veteran, was shot to death in Bessemer, Alabama by a police chief. Previously, a streetcar conductor had fired 5 shots into Hood's body because Hood attempted to pull down a Jim Crow sign. Hearing that Hood was in a nearby house wounded, the police entered the home and fired into Hood's brain. The Bessemer coroner called the acts justifiable homicide. 500 National Guardsmen swarmed into the Negro section of Columbia, Mississippi, firing riot guns and other firearms. Police opened up with machine guns on the Negroes barricaded in their homes. Every Negro business establishment and the black business area was completely wrecked. Many of you know about the Columbia, Tennessee thing, so I'll skip that. February 25th, Kenny Long, veteran, was shot to death by highway patrolmen at El Campo, Texas, together with his brother, Marin Long, also a veteran, his cousin, Colby Clay. Kenny Long was at a filling station drinking soda pop. A white lounger began to order Clay about, then called a police car. The police sheriff in the car stated, "Do you know I hate a goddamn nigger?" The 3 white officers began slapping and punching the 3 Negroes, and one of them shot Kenny Long dead. Marin Long and Colby were handcuffed, beaten, and arrested. James Lewis and Charles Trudell, 15, condemned to death at Meadville, Mississippi. They were charged with the pistol slaying and indicted and tried and convicted all in one day. The case was appealed to the Mississippi Supreme Court, which overruled suggestions of the error in the trial. They were refused pardon by Governor Fielding Wright and were executed. And it goes on and on. We charge genocide. Y'all should get angry. And I'm not talking about doing anything stupid, but thinking intelligently about what can we do to avoid thinking what we could do. I'm tired of reading that. I want to do something different. I had another book, and I'm going to try to start in a second. It's Martin Luther King. Where do we go from here? I'm not going to read all of it. I just want to read a certain section where Martin Luther King is halfway talking sense, and he's not kissing booty. And by the way, the stuff goes on and on of what's happening. But you know what? We haven't elected to stop it. We act as if we can ignore this and it'll get better. That's like thinking that syphilis or cancer will get better with time. It's simply unwise. It's foolish. So let me see. I'm going to try to get this In fact, I might take a break for 1 second before I do King. I have this old classic book. It's really nice. I love this book. It's called Psychological Warfare. And I had it in another book that deal with asymmetrical warfare, which is what we're facing. And people are waging war on us, whether we like it or not. And we are cowardly. We'd rather war against each other, scam each other, lie to each other, manipulate bullshit, get over on each other. It's a cowardly way that we deal with things. That's us being chumps and simps towards one another, and oftentimes being completely deceitful. And what do you do? And it's the norm for us to be a certain way. This is sort of why, as I was talking about E. Franklin Frazier's The Negro Bourgeoisie, part of why we aren't able to move forward is that we checked. And I have one other book. I don't know. It's a really nice one. Um, uh, Birth of an Idea. Let's see what he's saying here. Mm. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to use this too for psychological warfare. This is a book by, his name is Frank Kinson. Yeah, Kitson. He is a very important British soldier who I think even got high honors from the Queen. This guy here, Frank Kitson, this is called A Bunch of Five, but he has a lot of books. He is like the father of Creed and Black on Black, getting black people to kill each other. This is actually something that's been created, and many of our people stupidly participate in it in their private lives, how we interact with one another. But this is a really good book, man. Okay, look at this, look at this, look at this. Hey, how you doing, Barry? This is a very good book, Bunch of Five. You might be able to find these, and I hope you can. And let me see. I think I'm gonna do some psychological warfare. I'm gonna just add these in. And so, give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out what to do because this FaceTime is kicking me in the behind today, and I can't believe I'm having this kind of problem with my system. It's absolutely FaceTime is gone mad. I've even pulled the camera off, and it's still fighting with me. But you should look this man up, Frank Nitson. He's the father of asymmetrical warfare. And the British, who weren't really able to hold on to their empire, to direct, think about it. You have World War II, which basically bankrupted England. They lost a lot of people, and at the same time, right after the Second World War, you had these movements for independence from the Asian and African and Latin American, other people who had been ruled by the British were basically tired of their asses. They wanted to have their own countries and their own independence. And these movements began. And you had places like Kenya, South Africa, uh, what used to be called the Federation of Nyasaland, which would be Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, which used to be Northern Rhodesia, Southern Rhodesia, and Nyasaland. You had white settler colonies in Algeria. You have a white settler colony in New Caledonia. You had areas in which white people went in And they basically wanted to kick people in the ass and keep taking everything from people as they've been doing a long time. And as certain people, with help from the Soviet Union and the Chinese later, I mean, not that they did that much, but what you need to understand is that the British in places like Kenya, where they had taken all the good land and had basically reduced the black folks to nothing, they began to have efforts, struggles against them. And in Kenya, you had the Land and Freedom Army, and these are largely Kikuyu movement against the British who had taken their land more so than other groups. They needed to fight against the not the Civil War, the revolution, the land struggle that people were having in Kenya. They wanted their stuff back. And they had some difficulty initially controlling these Africans who were fighting. I mean, Kenyans, Kikuyu, and some others maybe, fighting to get the English out. So when they had problems fighting, even with superior weapons and so forth, they, the Africans outnumbered the people, white folk in Kenya outnumbered maybe 50, 60 to 1. You can't hold someone down like that. I don't care what anybody tells you. If you yourself have a situation wherein you are oppressing a people and you're taking people's land or exploiting them, and they've got massive numbers and just a few of them get tired of the mess, you're not going to have an easy time ruling over them. You will not. You'll have great difficulty. And this is what happened with the British. The British, first and foremost in Kenya, at the most, out of maybe 7, 8 million people in Kenya, 6, 7 million, whatever, and you may have had 100, 200,000 white people. How many men can you put out of arms with that kind of number? Not too many. Um, the English then turned to using they turned to using Africans against Africans, not just the formal African soldiers, but they began to use Africans who just had a beef that didn't mind. What you see going on in Chicago and other cities where black folks are just killing each other like it's going out of style, if I can suggest to you, and I mean this in my heart of hearts, um, black people have been, they're basically being recruited to murder other black people to perpetuate white supremacy. And this is what we have going on here in the country. It will continue to go on. And we're not completely honest that many of us, a criminal black person, a thug, a liar, a cheat, a skank, a thought, anyone that's immoral is actually an agent of white supremacy as far as for black people. If you're stealing, selling dope, creating problems, you are a traitor to your people. You're subversive. You're not contributing to our advancement. I just heard something. Just a moment. And that's real talk for us. That people who are perpetuating immorality, degeneracy, illiteracy, I mean, are enemies of us as a collective, and are decidedly so. And we have to deal with that. That's a type of internal corruption. A person that must sell dope, a person that must rape, that must be a pedophile, that must be a predator, that must destroy. And what contribution do they make to us? And we're the only people that I know. Not only do we make heroes of our traitors, we give a pass to our degenerate people. We don't punish. In fact, if we don't punish our own killers, rapists, and murderers, it makes sense how others can come into our community, rape, murder, kill, and butcher us, as I've been reading. They work together. A black subversive is the left hand of white supremacy, a black degenerate, a pork chop feminist, a toxicity pimp, simp, who doesn't pay child support, or has bastards everywhere and isn't a father. All of the people like this are enemies to our group. They're as deadly as the Nazis or anybody else. And by the way, what Kitson was able to do, he was able to get black criminals, the criminal classes, the scum, the people we call homies, to be an armed force, a hidden force of white supremacy. And in fact, it's the same way Mulana Karanga and the Karangatangs. Many of the people who fought against Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, you name it, has been our degenerate scum and trash. The FBI, the police, and many, many others would systematically get black criminals to join our scum, junkies, and other people who are about nothing. And they would bring down and bring about the demise of the legitimate black people in our community. And we have to stop pretending that black folks that are lawless are somehow soldiers. Not for us. When you can get all kinds, I hear stories in Chicago, someone just starts shooting at a black person. A stupid young black male just starts shooting randomly at people who aren't even doing nothing to him. Then the police come and he runs and he throws the gun away. Wait a minute, you're so bloodthirsty. Go out in blazes. Go out in blazes against the police. Okay, I think they got me now. Let me try this. Hey, y'all, I don't know what was going on. I think I had a real software problem with FaceTime. I was trying to get an Apple ID, and I'm having problems getting Apple IDs and this, that, and the other. So, hey, y'all, I'm back on this stream. I'm so glad. Let me just do this, because this is unusual. By the way, this is the stuff that the conscious community coons and all the Hotep niggas never talk about this. This guy here. I'm going to put this up here. This is called A Bunch of Five by Frank Kitson. I thank you, everybody that's coming through this. I am so sorry again. I feel really bad about that. Okay. The book. Y'all ready? Tell me if y'all ready. Tell me if y'all ready. Y'all want something new? Let's do something new. I'm going to do some black stuff, but I want you to get this. This is Frank Kitson. I just want to run down where this man used people within their own groups to kill each other, to perpetuate white control. He did it in Kenya. He did it in Malaysia. He did it in Muscat and Oman, which is in Arabian Peninsula. He did it in Cyprus. You understand me? Let me see. I'm trying to think of, I'm going to give the idea and maybe framework and operations. And this is a book that is used by the War College and everybody else. And it explains. So I'm going to look at this. And this book came all the way from England. So I'm gonna get two. I'm gonna look at two parts. I'm gonna read with the origins, and I'm gonna go through this. Y'all ready? Cause I'm ready. Thank you, three people up in here. Let everybody know I'm back. This is chapter 3 of a bunch of fives. Bunch of five. Take this down. You might be able to get a copy. And this explains how they use what's called gang counter gang strategy to get people to murder and kill each other. The CIA later picked this up. This is being used to get us to kill one another. Since I'm talking about racism, let me add this in here because this is what these other fools never tell you about. The British Army in the 1950s normally conducted its counterinsurgency campaigns along the lines indicated in the last chapter. Units expected whatever intelligence organization existed to provide pinpoint information regarding the whereabouts of future intentions of enemy groups so that soldiers could be put into contact with them. The intelligence organizations were seldom capable of doing this regularly, so the Army did two things. Firstly, it complained about the inefficiency of the intelligence organization, and secondly, it set about looking for an enemy by conducting large-scale operations in likely areas on a hit-or-miss basis. Because of its staff procedures were effective, it was well suited to exploiting such successes in a way success as it may have had when carrying out random searches for the enemy. For example, if a patrol bumped into a gang, the Army could concentrate large numbers in the area quickly. But if it was unlucky with the random operations, nothing happened. The Army was not able to exploit the sort of background information which the intelligence organization was often able to produce even when it could not provide pinpoint contact information. Contact information means that they're traitors and snitches. No people are pressed without traitors and snitches. We are in the spot that we are in now because I'd say 1 in 3 black folks is a traitor. In other words, we in the special bunch thought that the list of gang members, the details of weapons, and the accounts of gang policies and long-term plans which we got from our interrogations and contacts would be of great value, but military commanders expressed little interest in such material or in the people who were producing it. This guy's talking about being in Kenya. By the spring of 1954, my organization was really beginning to produce a great deal of stuff which the Army did not want. My parish had been extended by the addition of the Nairobi district, so I now had 3 districts to look after instead of 2. But I had been given 2 extra field intelligence assistants for Nairobi, together with 3 officers, 1 for each of my districts. For some weeks, the field intelligence assistants had been employing Africans. I repeat, employing Africans to run informers so that the covert information gathering network was becoming established throughout the area for which I was responsible. To start with, we had no funds with which to pay these people, so we were obliged to finance our activity with monies captured from the gangsters, supplemented occasionally from my private resources. They didn't have money. So understand, you're going to take booze, drugs, and give that to your snitches the same way that cocaine and all are used by police and money taken are used to get people to snitch and betray each other. This is going on the streets of every city in this country. But this was irregular and laid us open to the charge of looting. So as soon as it was apparent that our methods were paying off, we were given a proper budget. By the summer of 1954, let me stop. What happened in the summer of 1964? Black people started acting crazy. Literally, the Americans borrowed the British using stuff to kill their black people to do it on us. What's the biggest ganged out city in the country? Los Angeles. Where's the city that had the riot in 65? Watts, Los Angeles. Now they had one in Harlem in 64, and then they had one in Watts next. Are y'all getting me? That these people share information. There's a thing called the Five Eyes. That's England, that's United States, that's Canada, that's New Zealand, that's Australia. And you may as well add Israel. All of these English-speaking or have relationships with the British Commonwealth are the white power structure Anglo folks to control their disproportionate share of the planet that they have. And they help one another. When they had the rebellion of black folks in Dedham and the other areas in England in 2011, that's almost 10 years ago, they had Bratton, the little bastard that was in Los Angeles and in New York, who brutalizes blacks all over America, went over to England to help the English repress and abuse the black population there. Ever since they had the riots in England in 2011, you've had all of this black on black murder for 10 straight years. 10 straight years. Right after the people from New York and Los Angeles that knew how to make black folks kill each other, they went and they had the rap music and everything where people curse and hate each other. This is a weapon to get us. I couldn't give a damn if I never heard another rap record in my life. Burn all of it up. I don't care who likes it. Get off my platform. It's trash if it causes us to kill one another. Soul music made us love one another. Rap and this other stuff has made us hate and disrespect each other. And they've promoted it and driven it over in England. And they've even done the same thing with dancehall music in Jamaica to create a youth culture that's around drugs, sex, and confusion to get people to kill one another. It's done time and time and time again. And by the way, this is why I don't like Clyburn, and I don't like practically any nigga that calls himself a leader, that they haven't called for an end to this covert war against our people, whether they shoot you or not. (1954). By the summer of 1954, I had over 200 men working for me. But that is to anticipate the events by several months. At the time which I was speaking, my chief concerns was the fact that although we were becoming efficient at collecting intelligence, no one knew how to exploit it. Oh, these dried books are terrible. No one knew how to exploit it because it was not exactly what was wanted. Since we were meant to be providing a service, it seemed that the fault must lie with us, although in years to come, I was to change my views in this respect. Meanwhile, I was determined that somehow we would discover a way of turning the vast quantity of background information which we were collecting into detailed contact information which the soldiers wanted. These people collect information on black kids, boys in particular, from early ages, and come after them later. They, in particular in Los Angeles, they studied what the British were doing. Let me keep reading. But the major matter of our policy was not merely was our only source of word, was not our only source of word at the time. There was a day in April 1954 when I found myself sitting on a bench at the main passage of the Nairobi Supreme Court, waiting to give evidence. 2 field intelligence assistants were with me. The accused had been captured in the battle and had passed through our hands on the way to prison. Formal evidence to this effect was required from all of us. At 12:30, the judge adjourned the court for luncheon, and we were told to be back by 2 p.m. I had arranged to meet an African a coon, a snitch, at 2:30 p.m., and I could not afford to put him off. Had I done so, he would have swum away and we would have missed an unusual opportunity for collecting information, and one that would not recur. I'd explained as much to the situation as possible to my officer in charge of the court and asked to be excused until 4 p.m. He appeared deeply shocked and warned me that there would be a fine for contempt of court were I to be absent when required. I returned at 4 p.m. to find that my turn had not yet come. 10 minutes later, the court was adjourned until the following day. The next morning, we were again on our bench and in the passage by 10 a.m. Neither of the field intelligence assistants had been to bed because they had spent the night making up for the lost time the day before. One of them started telling the other of the occasion on which Eric had come to the court as a witness. He had engaged a gang of 4, killing 2 and capturing 2 others. One of these prisoners was charged with being an armed terrorist, but the other one had thrown away his weapon before capture and could only be charged with consorting. Both charges carried the death penalty. When the case was tried, the armed man persuaded the court that he was a prisoner of the gang and that he had been made to carry a weapon so that he would be compromised in the eyes of the law. He was accordingly acquitted. The other terrorist was also acquitted of consorting on the grounds. That man he was consorting with had been proved innocent. I had often heard the story from Eric, but could not help from laughing again. At about midday, taking the law into my own hands, I told the officers to go about their business and undertook to pay any fines for contempt of court out of the intelligence fund. A clerk from my office was left behind to contact us when it seemed that our appearance was imminent, and I then departed also. When the court adjourned for the weekend, our turn had not come up. On the Saturday evening, message reached me from a police station that on the forest edge via the operations room in Kayimbu, an army patrol had come out of the forest having fought a battle with a large gang. They had killed 4 terrorists and captured a number of documents. There was little rest for any of us that night. First, there was a long drive through the countryside, windscreens lashed by torrential rain, and the cab permeated by the smell of mud baking on the exhaust pipe. This was followed by some hours crouched around a paraffin lamp in the field intelligence assistant's hut near Gatundu. It was too cold to open the windows, so we endured air polluted by dozens of cigarettes. Some fresh air found its way through the door as people came in and out. The Africans brought in sticky red mud on the soles of their feet and left the Man Friday footprints all over the floor. That's a put down. Man Friday. Remember Robinson Crusoe? This racist is making fun of the Africans not having shoes. Gradually, a picture of a gang emerged as the document gave up the secrets to the translators. Outside, the sky turned gray, and it became even colder in the hut. The last of the flying ants flew into the paraffin lamp and collapsed in the squiggy mess at the bottom of it. Soon the lamp was unnecessary, but it continued to burn because no one bothered to turn it out. By 11 p.m., the picture was completed, and I decided to go to General Headquarters in Nairobi to pass on the news. We were nearly out of petrol by the time we reached Kayimbu, so we went to the military unit there, which was responsible for replenishing us. An old sergeant was in charge of the petrol, and we found him in a mess. He declined to supply us on the grounds that it was Sunday. At that moment, the adjutant came, and he supported the sergeant. Black rage welled up inside me as I walked out intent on getting the colonel to smash some ginger into his people. But I changed my mind and bought petrol at the Duka. It was a cardinal rule of mine not to scrap with my own side because I depended on them so much. All at the same time, I was still shimmering when I reached Nairobi. In actual fact, the patrol storeman was only behaving in the same way dozens of others throughout the bay. The judge with his interminable adjournments, or the workshop crews going away for the weekend leaving vehicles unrepaired, were the other examples of the same thing. There was always a cleavage between the men in the field and those in the rear, and Kenya was no exception. Indeed, it was often seen as if the governor was trying to give the impression that the rebellion was only affecting one tribe and it was not of major importance in the context of the colony as a whole. The inevitable consequence of this attitude was for some people not actively engaged to think of it in terms of business as usual. Such an attitude may have helped maintain the confidence of the City of London, but it had a singularly unfortunate effect on the spirits of those in the field. Some cried out for the Templar or a Delatra. These are two generals. Delatra was a French general who fought against the Vietnamese and ultimately got taken down. But most of them would have been sacked, either of these men, within days. Altogether, there were plenty of frustrations, but men in my organization were young and very fully occupied. Furthermore, life involved endless activity in the open air, much of which both was interesting and exciting, but it was not likely that the field intelligence assistants worried over as much whether they were providing information in exactly the form which the police and the army required. They were doing their best in achieving an increasing amount. That was good enough for them, and rightly so. Let me get down to what I want. I was always on the lookout for a breakthrough, but I could not think of how to achieve one, although I did not know it at the time, but I was waiting for something to turn up. Eventually something did. One day towards the end of March 1954, we were interrogating a prisoner called George, who had been captured in the Kikuyu Garden in action with the gang near the forest edge. We were not giving much success with the interrogation because George kept telling lies and we did not know when he was doing so. One of the secrets of effective interrogation is, of course, to know the answer to most of the questions asked so as to trip the prisoner up when he lies. After a time, the prisoner becomes resigned to telling the truth because he does not want to be caught in his lies too frequently. And it is then when the interrogator slips into the questions which he particularly wants answered truthfully. Unfortunately, we did not know enough about George and his former friends to work this system effectively. I remember that some weeks earlier we found a book on the body of a gang member in the same general area from which George had come and which contained details of men and weapons. Thinking that this book might refer to George's gang, I shouted in English to the clerk, who was sitting at the far end of the room, to throw it to me, and I caught it as it came over George's head. George had not noticed the clerk, who had not been in the room when I started the interrogation, nor had he understood what I had said. All that he knew was that I said a few incomprehensible words and a book which he imagined to be in the possession of his gang. Leader deep in the forest, had suddenly appeared out of thin air and was going to be used to prove him a liar. To his mind, this represented a strong magic. And from that moment on, he was my man whose sole aim was to do all possible to help me. After completing the interrogation of George, we took George out on patrol. He pointed out several huts near the forest edge where his gang used to go for supplies. He went over pretending to still be in the gang, and the owner gave him some interesting bits of news. Over the next few days, we did the same thing in other areas where George's gang was known to work, making up a suitable story each time to account for George's presence. On one occasion, a contact made in this way told George that a supply group from his gang was laying up nearby. George went and met them and led them back to where we lay in wait so that they would be able to engage them with our weapons. In the subsequent skirmish, we killed or captured all the members of this group. We had in fact done something far more important than that. We at last had broken through the last great divide and developed background information represented by George's knowledge, the knowledge of a supporter's identity, into a contact information. Eric Holyoke. Oh no, let me keep going. Eric Holyoke was the man chiefly responsible for exploiting this breakthrough when it eventually came. Because he had been considered too young to be a field intelligence assistant, he had been designated as an interrogator for my area. And in order to fulfill his function efficiently, he had collected together 8 loyal Kikuyus, coons, to act as guards for any prisoner which might be passed to him for interrogation. These were the men who had built huts around my house and who had fortified the whole complex as a defended post. He had been involved in taking George out of his early patrols and had been responsible for thinking up stories which George told his contacts. Eric soon found that there were grave difficulties in making up convincing stories to account for the presence of one stray gang member wandering on his own. So George told a team of our loyal Kikuyus to dress and act like Mau Maus. Eric would go with George and with some of our team and hide near the known gang supporter. He would then send George and the team, all of whom were acting as Mau Mau, to talk to the supporter who might put them in contact with a group from a gang. The team would then talk to the gang before returning to Eric, who would direct the military or police patrol onto them or just note down information for future use if that seemed more satisfactory. Soon after we started doing this, our team fell with the real gang before Eric had broken away and taken cover. But in the dark, the real gang failed to take notice of his presence. Realizing he would soon be discovered, he ordered his team to attack the real gang, which, being taken by surprise, was easily overcome. From this incident, we reckoned that if we disguised ourselves with face blackening and wigs, and we put some yellow dye in our eyes, we could pass off as Africans in the dark and accompany our team. This would be advantageous from the point of view of getting good first-hand information. Thus was born the pseudo-gang system, which we enlarged over the coming months, recruiting additional ex-terrorists like George as we went along. Sometimes I accompanied Eric on these operations in order to get first-hand experience, but I was rather a liability because of my uncertain grasp of the language, and he never exactly welcomed the help which I so anxiously proffered. One morning, a few months after George's arrival, I was having breakfast with Eric Holyoke on the veranda of our house. It had been a wet night, but the clouds had passed and the shafts of the brilliant sunlight shone through the raindrops on the roses that sparkled like diamonds. The air was intensely clear. Trees, huts, and rocks several miles away looked like finely modeled ornaments in a cabinet, an illusion which can only be understood properly by people who've lived in East Africa. In the front of us, on a lawn, a small bluebird was pecking at the grass. A few hundred yards away, 3 or 4 kites circled, hopefully over the dukkha where the Africans were skinning a goat. The sharpness of the air and the beauty of the scene would have simulated the appetite of an invalid, let alone 2 active men enjoying in retrospect the excitement of previous events. We have been discussing ways of making our camp more secure from attack, which was a common topic of our conversation between us. I'm going to skip here. After a while, we changed the subject and started talking about the operations in the Thika district, which the local field intelligence assistant was engaged in, helped by Eric. The object of this operation was to destroy a small but exceptionally nasty gang of 15 that had been terrorizing the labor on the coffee farms bordering the native reserve. The native reserve is the Bantustan, the concentration camp for the Kenyans that the British set up, where hundreds of thousands of people died or suffered or were used for forced slave labor. Since Easter, they had killed nearly 70 loyalists. On several occasions, we had provided information to the army, but on each occasion, something had gone wrong. As a result, the result was the army was losing faith, and the Thika Special Branch, and we in turn were becoming convinced that the soldiers always mucked up information collected at the expense of much effort and risk. We therefore decided to release no more information about the gang until we could get them into such a position that the army could not possibly make a mess of. The main reason for the survival of these terrorists was that we had been unable to make contact with our pseudo gang. We knew where the terrorist supporters were, and we sent various members of our team to meet them pretending to be visitors from Nairobi or emissaries from the forest. Whatever the story, the local Mau Mau committee received them courteously and promised to arrange a meeting with the gang. But a meeting never took place. Eventually, the military intelligence officer for Thika devised a long-term plan. Near the area which the gang operated were a number of farms which had no Mau Mau committee on them because they had all been arrested some months earlier. We decided to introduce a pseudo gang who would tell the laborers that they had been forced out of their normal area in Kiambu. Our gang would ask for support and encourage the formation of a normal chain of committees to provide it. Once the system was operating freely, he would arrest all the supporters of the real gang from the other group of farms. He had hoped that the real gang would be forced into getting supplies from the committees which he had set up to support our pseudo gang. Our gang would then be well within their rights to demand a meeting with the terrorists in order to coordinate operations. The early stages of the operations went well. Our pseudo gang found the laborers in the area only too willing to provide support to the support, and the supporters of the real gang were removed according to the plan. We then suffered a setback because the real gang went to the Fort Hall Reserve instead of moving into the area which we had prepared for them. Luckily, they came back after a few days and made contact with the new committees. 10 days later, one of our men met 3 of theirs in the hut of the leading supporter. On this occasion, it was arranged that the leader of our group, with a bodyguard of 3, should at last meet the real gang. The matter being discussed between Eric and myself was the composition of this team to go to the meeting, which was due to take place the following night. The leader would have to be George, and the Thika field intelligence assistant, suitably dressed up, as would be the second member. These 2 had been part of the pseudo gang, which had built up the committees and were known to the supporters. Eric had agreed to go along and keep the field intelligence assistant's company, and he had undertaken to provide a good man from our team to make up the number. We ran through the names of our men to see who would be most suitable, but there seemed to be a snag with each one. We had finished eating and still undecided when an African came wandering from behind the house. He was carrying a dustbin full of pushu, which he was scattering on the ground for the chickens. He wore a khaki shirt hanging outside and a ragged pair of shorts. He looked undernourished, and his legs, which were swollen, were covered with jungle sores. His hair hung to his shoulders and the plate of the hardcore terrorist. His nose was flat and wide. He had huge, gentle eyes that were completely out of keeping with his general appearance. His name was Kamau, and when he saw us at the table, he gave us a nervous but friendly smile. Kamau had been captured a week earlier during the battle in the forest, and we had kept him on after his interrogation was finished to see whether he would be suitable use for the pseudo gang. For the first few days he had been confined, but he was now allowed to walk around the compound by himself so as to get the feeling that we trusted him. In a week or two, he would go out with another member of our team visiting low-grade informers, and then, with his reliability was proved, he would go on his first pseudo operation. That would have been the normal program at any rate. Eric suddenly said that he would take Kamau as the fourth member of the party. He then produced all the reasons for not doing so and then shot them down one after the other. It was certainly a risk, but Eric had an uncanny knack for knowing Africans. There was no doubt that Kamau looked the part and had more recent experience in the life of the gangs than anyone else on our team. As usual, I agreed with the broad grin and stretched across Eric's pointed face. He rose from the table, and I could not help but wondering how he had ever passed himself off as a Kikuyu. He was well over 6 feet tall and was so slim that he seemed to consist entirely of arms and legs, as an illusion that was heightened by the fact that he seldom wore anything but shorts and a pair of khaki shorts and a little checked shirt. He had a mass of hair. He had a, I'm sorry, whoa, excuse me, I'm going too fast. He had a mass of fair, tousled hair, which he brushed about once a week, and altogether it would be hard to imagine that anyone that looked less like an African. It is remarkable what a good disguise can achieve. After breakfast, I had to go away on some business or another, and in the event I did not return to our post in 3 days, it was then that Eric told me how his patrol had turned out. On the morning after I had left for Nairobi, Eric had spent an hour or more with Kamau going over every detail of the imaginary background of the pseudo gang. In the evening, he dressed Kamau in the old clothes in which he had been captured and set about disguising himself. For he blackened his skin with actor's makeup and put on a black woolly wig. The next came an old pair of trousers and the inevitable Macintosh. He wore brown leather ankle boots made at the Bata Shoe Factory, a bush hat with a wide brim and 2 strings of colored beads around his neck, a Boy Scout belt with the buckle upside down completed the outfit. By the time he looked the part of a Mau Mau, a terrorist to perfection, even though he was a little on the large side for Kikuyu. Let me just finish. I don't have to finish this chapter. Are y'all getting my point here? Are y'all getting my point? Hi to Seattle. Hi to everybody. They created infiltrator gangs. This is going on in Chicago right now. And they learned to pay off and recruit people, lock up people, and then get people to make a deal in exchange for betraying or hurting other African or black or FB, whatever you want to call us, right? This is the book, Bunch of Five. I'm going to read some more in this. I just want to go back and I'm going to skim through some of the lessons that they learned of using black people to kill black people. Rape. You'd get rape. This is part 5 of a bunch of 5. This is a manual, actually, that's used in war colleges all over the world, how to get people to kill their own or to kill people like them so the big countries don't have to do it. Studying the experience. So let me see, and this isn't that long, and I'm going to get with Dr. King now. And I just want y'all to hear how they learn to use traders. Let me see, this is, how many pages this is? This goes from 80 to, okay, I can go through this. And I may not do the whole thing. Peace to everybody. As the Secretary of Defense, Dennis Healy became known as the innovator of the ideas to establish a defense fellowship. Let's skip that. I don't want that. Okay, I'll read this anyway. Defense Fellowship. Each year, 6 or 8 middle-aged officers were selected from 3 services and sent off to a university to study some aspect of defense in the widest sense. Having failed to read the relevant Defense Council instruction, I knew nothing of this until told to volunteer for a Defense Fellowship at the end of my tour of duty as a battalion commander. After filling in a few forms, I duly appeared in front of a distinguished board of senior officers and civil servants. Somewhat to my surprise, I was selected to carry out an examination into the steps which should be taken in order to make the Army ready to deal with subversion, insurrection, and peacekeeping operations during the second half of the 1970s. My study was to last for 1 year, and in October 1969, I took up residence at the University College at Oxford, the main university of England. Thanks to the kindness of the Master and Fellows, my work was supervised by Professor Norman Gibbs and Chichele Professor of War, Chichele Professor of the History of War. It might be supposed that any person capable of handling an infantry battalion would have little trouble preparing such a straightforward report, but that is not how it appeared to me at the time. One major problem was that the second half of the 1970s was still 6 years away, and it was difficult to know what sort of counterinsurgency and peacekeeping operations would be likely to confront the Army ahead. Another problem was to relate the experience I had gained in Kenya, Malaya, Muscat, and Cyprus to the business of preparing the Army for future eventualities. On reflection, in this context, the preparation in this context seemed to mean education and training on the one hand, organization on the other. But before taking the subject down this way, it would obviously be necessary to isolate the essentials of countering insurgency and peacekeeping. There's never been much doubt, and the main characteristic that distinguishes the campaigns of insurgency from other forms of war is that they're primarily concerned with the struggle for men's minds, since only by the succeeding in such a struggle with a large enough number of people can the rule of law be undermined and constitutional institutions overthrown. I'll read that again, people. The main characteristic that distinguishes campaigns of insurgency from other forms of war is that they are primarily concerned with the struggle for men's minds. A struggle over mind. I want to say to you, we black people suck in the psych war. We suck at using our minds. We're too damn emotional. We're too oriented towards feelings, how I feel about someone. It's almost never, something legit. That's not us. I'm just saying that to you. Believe me, we suck at it. We suck at thinking. We suck at minds and struggling. We are not doing it. In particular, this is another reason why pork chop feminists and pork chop feminism has no place in black leadership. I don't care how loud, I don't care what sorority, any broad who's driven by emotion, any toxic simp pimp where everything is his penis or who he can sleep with when your people are at risk. This is why we're losing. We will never win as long as the struggle isn't over your mind and spirit. And anything that attacks your mind and spirit, alcohol, drugs, promiscuity, immorality, bullshit cultic religions, personality cults, if it's not working to emancipate your mind and body and empower you, it is dangerous. And we love things that are not good for us because we see license. Sleeping with 100 people is liberty. You can sleep with as many people as you want in a concentration camp. You won't get out. Struggle over people's minds. Violence may play a greater or lesser part in the campaign, but it should be used very largely in support of ideas. We have senseless violence. The black community is very violent around senseless shit. There is never any violence over stuff that makes sense. Almost never. I'm not even encouraging violence, but my God, why can't a pedophile get beaten up in Chicago? Why can't people in human trafficking get beaten up? Why is it the good church mother gets shot in the head on her way to church? Someone who ain't even, all they do is love everybody. We got it all wrong, man. We got it all wrong. We got it all wrong. Look. In a conventional war, the reverse is usually more the case, and propaganda is normally deployed in support of armed might. Although the ultimate aim of an insurgent organization is to overthrow a government or force it to do something it does not want to do, it will first have to get the backing of a proportion of the population. If it is to stay in being and to fight, insurgents are bound to rely to a considerable extent on the people for money, shelter, food, and information. Insurgents therefore need to build up a program in which violence is carefully balanced by political, psychological, and economic measures. If it is to be effective, and the population as a whole, rather than the government, is likely to be the target, especially in the early stages of the struggle. Often insurgents do things which seem pointless or even damaging to their own cause when viewed in the context of harming the government. But in fact, the actions in question may be solely concerned with achieving support from the population by coercion or persuasion. In this connection, there is little doubt that terrorism is a potent form of persuasion. It is sometimes described as armed propaganda. Ooh. Sorry about that. I had to get some water. This book is kicking my behind. This book is old, y'all. The particular form in which an insurgent campaign takes is likely to depend on its surroundings. If a country contains mountains or large forested regions, it may be possible for insurgents to build up a sort of revolutionary army, which it can ultimately take on the forces of the government in battle. If, on the other hand, there is an adequate cover in the countryside, but large areas of urban development, a campaign relying mainly on political and economic attrition brought about by propaganda sabotage and a low level of violence is likely to be more effective. Cities are particularly well suited to this form of struggle because they provide a large reservoir of people who can be manipulated into producing propaganda in the form of riots or marches, because journalists and television teams are quickly on the scene to report it. Furthermore, there's a heavy concentration of targets for sabotage around the city and plenty of prominent people such as politicians, diplomats, and judges to murder. Where a country combines large areas to cover together with cities, the revolutionary armies can be built up in the countryside, whilst the cities can be used to supply as a supply and recruiting base for the insurgent movement, for making propaganda, and for diverting government forces away from the country at critical moments in order to guard against sabotage or demonstrations. The first thing that must be apparent when contemplating the sort of action which the government facing an insurgency should take is that there can be no such thing as a purely military solution, because insurgency is not primarily military activity. At the same time, there's no such thing as a wholly political solution either, short of surrender, because the very fact that the state of insurgency exists implies that violence is involved, and it will have to be countered to some extent, at least by the use of legal force. Political measures alone might have prevented the insurgency from occurring in the first place, but once it has taken hold, the politics and force, backed up by economic measures, will have to be harnessed together for the purposes of restoring peaceful conditions. And this brings me to the most important point. It is fatally easy to underestimate the ability of a small number of armed men to exact support from exposed sections of the population by threats. There is always a temptation to delay using forces of the law against subversive elements because of the danger that it will drive uncommitted people into supporting them. But neither the government pronouncements nor the loyalty of the people will avail if the terrorists are willing to build up their organizations unchecked. Over and over again in Kenya, Malaya, and Cyprus, and many other countries, it has been seen that members of the public cannot stand up to terrorism unprotected. Anyone who has looked on the miserable heaps of human wreckage left behind by execution squads knows why this is so. Certainly the use of force against terrorists must be carefully worked out in conjunction with measures designed to mitigate any unfavorable impact which it may have on people's attitudes, but it cannot be avoided altogether, and a certain risk of polarization may have to be accepted in order that people should feel that something is being done to protect them. It can be said, therefore, an effective counterinsurgency campaign should consist of a mixture of political and economic measures, combined with operations of the forces of law. It can be seen that the relative importance of various different sorts of measures have to be tailored to the situation the same way as insurgents tailor their campaigns to the surrounding. In practice, if an insurgency represents anything more than a very minor disturbance, it is probably fair to say that the sum of the political and economic measures necessary to combat it will involve the whole business of the government in one form or another. In other words, the overall plan of a campaign should not be regarded as an operational matter, but primarily as a major function of government, and the form in which it takes will result from the consideration of the insurgents' aims, strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities which present themselves to both sides in relation to the factors as terrain and urban development. I want to skip down. I want to skip something. Hold a second. I want to stop for a second because y'all need to get this. I'm not going to read anymore. But insurgencies and resistance against insurgencies. It's all about attacking. It's a struggle over the mind of the people. What this man learned in Kenya and everywhere else was that he could get people who had weak minds to do the work and to do their own repression. And this is, there's a book I have here. If you think Kitson is unusual, this is another book. You can probably get a copy. It's called Promise of Peril. It's a very good book. It's written, I'll just share a little bit of it with you. And I'm going to do the psych warfare thing, but I'll put these up here. Just so you can, if you think that this guerrilla warfare and psych stuff isn't, let me see. I'm going to put this up, Promise of Peril, and I'll put it up here. You'll find that the topic, yeah, I have this name. We'll put a book up here for y'all. This book, and I'll hold this up so you can see it. It's Promise of Peril. It's one of my favorite books. It was written about 1970. Promise of Peril, the Black College Student in America. And I'll share some of this with you. And by the way, let me just read this intro. And I'm going to get to the psychological warfare thing. This is going on right now. This is happening right now. In fact, psychological warfare is being waged on black people to get vaccinated. And by the way, there are all kinds of things you can take to fight corona, but they're trying to hurt us. But this book, Promise of Peril, it's written by William R. Corson. He was doing counterinsurgency. He was literally doing what Kitson was doing to fight against insurgents. Corson was in the United States military fighting against Vietnamese, which was an insurgent fighting against the revolutionary movement for the Vietnamese to free themselves from the Americans, first the French, then the Japanese, then the French, and then the Americans. And literally there is a psych war going on against black people that we're the only people not engaged in liberating our minds. We're not doing that. Telling me about the great stuff in Asia and all that great stuff in Africa, I'm for it. Yes, people are black, great. Egypt, Nile Valley, all that. How the hell do you fight someone that's messing with you right now? And, when people have all these books on Egypt, they need to sell those books and buy some weaponry to protect themselves living in America. I mean, my house is Kemet. Real talk. I want you to know of this book. You can find it on Amazon. You might be able to get it for about $5, $6. It's a worthwhile book. It's dated, but it shows you the mindset of how black people had to be co-opted and prevented from standing up, okay? This book, Promise of Peril, it's an easy read, but let me read some of this to you. And I'm going to put it aside because I'm going to do psychological warfare, and then I'm going to do Dr. King. And then I get to go back to sex. So I'm going to do psychological warfare. Wait a minute. I'm going to do sex. No, I'm going to do psychological warfare and blackness. Then I'm going to go back to feminism. I enjoy attacking feminism. Okay. It's time for black men to rebel against that shit. And black women need to stop being feminists. Quit. This is from Promise of Peril. by William R. Corson. This book may be likened to a sonar system, reporting the sounds which, although still below the threshold of our hearing, are already changing the structure and meaning of the race-related problems of our society. The sounds are the voices of the Black college students as they express their expectations, aspirations, plans, and fears. The unifying theme of this book is the proposition that the Black college students' future is imperiled on the one hand by institutional white racism and on the other by the possibility of their participation in a revolution led by Black revolutionaries who have given up all hope for peace and freedom between the races in America. I have tried to look at the dimension of the fears, perceptions, and values, the opportunities and the goals of the Black college students. I take a broad view, not only of the alternatives and their effect on Black students, but on their effect on the totality of American society. Without the students, Black extremists cannot mount their revolutions. I'll read that again. Without the students, the extremists cannot mount their revolutions. Without thinking Black people, you can't have an insurgency. Let me translate with Nixon. You got to get the minds. We got to get in the minds of these Black folks, or else we got a problem. Someone else may get in their minds, okay? With them, they may be able, without the students, the Black extremists cannot mount their revolution. With them, they may be able to. Without the help of Black college students, white and Black moderates will not be able to resolve the racial conflicts which divide our nation. The Black college student then is a key variable. The number of Black people committed to the revolution is small. Their organization is fragmented. Their ideology simply rule or ruin. Yet if they succeed in recruiting the Black college generation, they can multiply their numbers, centralize their organization, and refine and effectively communicate their ideologies. Revolution then will become possible. I have reminded the pressures that may cause Black college students to abandon their hopes of fulfilling themselves within our present American society and turn instead to an open-ended violence of a race war. And I have outlined the techniques available for the Black Revolution. Finally, some ways which are suggested to reach a more peaceful tomorrow. My debt to the students at Howard University, without whom this book never could have been written, is very great. This book is, at best, only a partial repayment for the honesty and candor with which they taught their teacher. My motive in writing this book has been my conviction that the views of my Black students must be brought to a wider audience. What they are saying is the promise and peril of American society, and their voices are not strident or desperate. My intention is not to speak for the Black college students, but rather transmit their personal wisdom and their dreams for a better America, which they are willing to share with those who come to listen. They are, of course, absolved from responsibility for any errors made by me in trying to report their views. Their detailed criticisms, comments, always made in a spirit of honest give and take, improve the manuscript's content substantially. But even more important to me has been the stimulation of daily contact with them as a teacher, counselor, as a friend. Let me see. Chapter 1. And I'm not going to do all this, but I'm going to do pieces of this. In the cacophony of our racial problems, If there is one voice we should listen to, it is that of the black college student. In writing this book, I have listened to that voice and trying to find the answer to the question, what are the black students really saying? And where do they stand in relationship to a potential black revolution? The answers are both encouraging and alarming. Encouraging because the black college student is inclined to reject revolution and violent confrontation as a means to reach his place in society. Alarming because he is being increasingly subjected by black activists and potential revolutionaries to a wide variety of pressures that could possibly serve to radicalize him anyway. There is no assurance that the black student will continue to reject revolution. He is skeptical of American society's ability and pessimistic about its willingness to deliver on past promises made to Negroes. If his skepticism becomes conviction and his pessimism becomes desperation, revolution might well seem to be a plausible alternative. It was an extended conversation with the late Bernard Fall in South Vietnam about the possibility of a black revolution in the United States that led me first to an examination of the attitudes of the Negro Marines under my command and the Marine Corps Combined Actions Program, and then to take a teaching position at Howard University in Washington. Fall, who at the time of his death was on leave from his post as a professor of international relations at Howard, had come to Vietnam to do research for his new book about the U.S. role in the Vietnam War. In connection with his research, he came to the Number 3 Marine Amphibious Force Headquarters on the morning of February 21st, 1967, to discuss the Combined Actions Program with me. Our conversation ranged from the problems of pacification to the higher conduct of the war, but Fall kept returning to his theory of a parallel between the Vietnamese revolutionary experience and the American racial situation. Because he was almost completely obsessed with the concept that Vietnam is a perfect illustration of the West's inability to engage in counter-revolutionary action, I tended to discount the completeness of his Vietnam parallel. He admitted that the historical analog of Vietnam with the United States was not complete, but he was adamant on one point, that the current racial turbulence in the United States was not just one more chapter in the history of our race relations, but represented a significant departure from the previous revolutionary process to one of real revolution. When I pressed him on the point, he said, I know I'm going to be unscientific. I could argue the point on the basis that many of the same things affecting the American Negro, such as the lack of upward mobility, inferior education, and economic exploitation, were responsible for turning the Viet Cong into a viable revolutionary force, but it's more than that. There's a qualitative change underway which is not just quantifiable, but which is nonetheless very real. Then he laughed and added, I shouldn't have to explain to you your nose for revolution is better than mine. Whether my nose for revolution is better than Bernard Fall is beside the point. But he was right. The smell of revolution is less real than the smell of a decaying corpse. It was just that we are better able to identify the latter than the former. Because Fall had been teaching at Howard University, where 93% of the student body is black, I suggested that he was reflecting on the attitudes and opinions of his students. He confirmed this and added that although there was not as yet a Condorcet among black students, let me explain to you what this is. Hey, Zelensky. Hi, everybody. Condorcet. Let me explain to you who that is. And this is why we have this caste class garbage in the black community, and it's facilitated. Why the Boulay and other people are taken care of is to prevent the emergence of a Condorcet. Listen to this. The reference to Condorcet, who was one of the intellectual leaders of the French Revolution, provided the necessary justification to the bourgeois class to support the revolution's violence. It's most appropriate because among the black activists such as Cleaver, Brown, that's H. Rap Brown, and Huey Newton is not one who's been able to fully capture the black college student's imagination. What Mr. Corson is saying, and what the system has worked on very hard, which is why you see certain chosen, frozen, coon black people get help and support, is because they're trying to prevent cooperation between the black bourgeoisie and the black masses. There's a reason certain people don't get shot, picked up, certain things don't happen. It isn't because they love them. It's because there's a terror. If you ever get an articulation to real change among the shallow, fake-ass black people that I was reading about in the black bourgeoisie, with grassroots black folks that want real change, you've got a real situation happening. And this man in 1970, 51 years ago, is saying, hey, look, we cannot have black people who are educated give a damn about black people that are not educated. And you can't have the demands of the black folks who are catching the most hell be heard and received by successful black people. And part of what happens in this book is Corson lays out the need to help change things to buy off, or the term is used, bifurcate or divide people, to make certain that certain black people achieve. You see a black governor, or a black mayor, or a black senator, to keep people, right? To keep those people from ever getting frustrated to the point of helping black grassroots people. And in fact, with this vaccination, all the other things, notice that the elite black people have offered no leadership, no outcry, no mention, to show you how successfully the top 10% of black people have been bought off, even though they claim to be the leadership and everything else, to not even say anything about unapproved drugs being used and targeted towards our population. Even Joe Biden, as much as he hates black folks, will have a couple of coons in the room, coons on the call, to make it look good. The late Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, when talking about affirmative action and the Michigan University Law School, in her opinion, she wrote down that it is in the interest of a nation to have the appearance of a diversified elite. Not a diverse elite, but the appearance. There has to be some sense that there isn't one group that's all at the bottom and other groups are all at the top. It is a form of psychological warfare for you to see Kamala Harris, who is not a black woman, being touted, or big bloated ass Chick-fil-A 50-piece Stacey Abrams and others, and Clanburn. These monsters are being put up to deceive and trick us that we've moved further than what we really have. And these people were helped into place because there is a psychological war being fought against black people, spiritually, mentally, on all levels. And we're not fighting. We're just getting the shit beaten out of us. And I would even say to you, any group of people, even if they call themselves conscious, if they're not promoting a degree of awareness or self-respect, right? We are being undermined by even people that we look at. So like the bunch of five for Nitson, or what you're reading here, Promise of Peril, there is a decided effort to prevent an awareness that this is why the drugs. I got some books on drugs in here. Just pretty soon I'm gonna get into drugs and black folks. The little bit, I don't have to do all of it, but I'll do some. Okay, let me keep doing this. And I repeat, he confirmed this, and he added, although there was not yet a condorcet among black students, There were many willing to play the role of Robespierre as an American version of the French Revolution's reign of terror. When we parted, he to meet his death in less than an hour from a Viet Cong mine while riding in a Marine Corps Jeep along the street without joy, he left me with the final disquieting thought. Bill, you're involved with the wrong counter-revolution. It's too late for Vietnam, and perhaps too late for America. If any hearts and minds can really and should be won, they are black, and they are in the United States. Death has a way of etching a man's last remarks into one's conscience and memory. Between the time of Bernard Fall's death in February 1967 and my departure from Vietnam on September 1st, I was often forced to recall his words about racial violence and revolution in America. It seemed to me that the incompetence and intransigence of the government of South Vietnam and dealing with the political, social, economic, religious, and racial discrimination which provided the Viet Cong with the fuel they needed to drive their revolutionary engine was being reflected in the news from the United States. During this period, the attitudes of the Negro Marines who were serving in the combined action platoons in native hamlets were very revealing because they showed, among other things, that they could see a similarity between the problems of the Vietnamese peasant and those of the black poor in the United States. Since the Negro Marines were so sensitive to the Vietnamese peasants' problems, we made a conscious effort to recruit a high proportion of Negroes into the program. This was a calculated risk because in spite of the vast public relations effort on the part of the military establishment to portray racial harmony between blacks and whites during the combat operations, racial hostility among American servicemen was never far from the surface in Vietnam. We didn't want to create a critical black mass in the CAPs. This possibility was lessened somewhat by screening both black and white volunteers from the program to remove the military's equivalent of a racist, that is, a gook hater, even though the risk was not totally eliminated. But the gamble was well worth the risk. For both word and deed, the Negro Marines did a monumental job, and not once did they betray the trust conferred on them by the peasants. Most of these black Marines who only a year or so previously had been part of the Negro problem in the United States positively demonstrated the true meaning of empathy. In the interactions with the Vietnamese people, they acquired a dignity and purpose for which the most part had been denied them in American society. In an attempt to understand what the Cap Marines felt about living among the Vietnamese peasants, we conducted an in-depth study of their attitudes. The results showed that both black and white Marines recognized the peasants as a group of people who, through no fault of their own, were systematically oppressed by every institution in Vietnam except their own families and the self-ordained unofficial Hamlet hierarchy. And they were easily persuaded, largely by themselves, to stand on the side of the people against the government's pervasive institutional repression. However, the Negro Marines' perception extended to a genuine personal identification with the peasants. Time after time, we were amazed at how the Negro Marines knew almost instinctively what should and could be done to improve the lot of the people in a specific hamlet. There was no need to unduly glamorize or make heroic the actions of Cap Marines, both black and white, in meeting the people on common ground. They did it, and their actions speak for themselves. But do these actions have any meaning outside of Vietnam? I think they do, for they illustrate that the root of the dissension is the struggle for the individual to discover, affirm, and maintain his personal identity in the face of the challenges posed by a hostile environment. In this personal battle, the Negro Cap Marines were able to fight for the first time in their lives on a colorblind battlefield against all that threatened or appeared to threaten their sense of self. They won that fight, and an understanding of their struggle has meaning for the purposes of this book. The Negro Cap Marines learned in the crucible of war that I cannot survive without thou. To relate to one's personal dialectic with life to others is tremendously difficult. And in the process, each Negro Marine came to understand that the Negro problem was also his problem. This was the main thing I learned from my association with these young men. Given a responsibility for others, they acquired, on the other hand, a personal sense of identity on the other, and appreciation for the worth of group solidarity. Together, these two factors are a powerful social force to help prevent discrimination of any kind. One particular perceptive Negro corporal expressed this abstraction and its implications very succinctly when he told me, "What I have learned here is well worth dying, because I know for sure that I am a man, and nowhere, never again, am I going to let another man put his foot on my neck or on my people's neck." In varying degrees, each of the Negroes expressed the same sentiments. There wasn't a corresponding commitment to any organizational movement as a means to ensure their survival or well-being, but neither was there an outright rejection of any group, no matter how extreme. Several of the Black Marines showed me the Black Power literature that finds its way unerringly to Vietnam in substantial quantity. The material was carefully chosen. It was not subversive per se, nor was it designed to recruit the Negro servicemen in advance into an organization. It was more a soft sell pitch to remind Black servicemen of what was going on at home among his people, and to point out the option voiced by Benjamin Franklin 2 centuries ago. We shall either all hang together, or assuredly we shall all hang separately. The Marines' reaction to this literature was consistent. They believed that it was a result of their accomplishment in Vietnam that they would be able to make it back on the States, and if they ran into trouble, once they were out of the service, they would decide whether to join the movement. In the winter and spring of 1967, without notable exception, the Black Marines were skeptical, but they were not unduly pessimistic. However, by the summer of 1967, as the events surrounding domestic and racial violence evolved, they had shifted from a mood of skepticism to one of defiant resignation, that is, almost a belief in the inevitability of a physical confrontation between themselves and the white establishment. I have dwelt at some length on the attitudes of Black Marines towards their position in a post-Vietnam War America, because their show-me attitude represented in a microcosm the response of those blacks who were able to stand somewhat outside the arena of racial confrontation and deferred taking a stand on one side or the other. In this sense, the 1965 Negro Marine and the Black college student were in similar positions. However, since that time, the situation has changed markedly for the Black college student and for the members of all other hitherto uncommitted groups, because they have been subjected to ever-increasing pressures to get off the morally neutral seventh rung of hell. In retrospect, although the Black American skepticism seems to have been a self-fulfilling prophecy, the significance of the 1967 racial violence was misperceived by white America, not only because of a blindly naive faith in the inevitability of an evolutionary improvement in race relations, but also because white America wants to misperceive the reality. The Great Society's laws were on the books. The leaders of the civil rights movement were preaching nonviolence. America was in the midst of an economic boom, yet the Great Society's war on poverty was, like the war in Vietnam, stalemated. Such upcoming Black leaders such as H. Rap Brown, Huey Newton, Stokely Carmichael, and Eldridge Cleaver discarded Martin Luther King's New Testament-inspired call for brotherly love in favor of the Old Testament command of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And the economic boom was less than real, and for the prices of all things continued to rise. If 1967 can be likened to a prologue of America's own Greek tragedy, then the events of 1968 and 1969 constitute the first act of the most significant revolution of the 20th century. And the pell-mell rush of political events of 1968, The gradual expansion of organized black revolutionary militancy was somewhat obscured by widespread and largely spontaneous violence following the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., which may or may not have been a genuine revolutionary significance. What is clear is that regardless of the course of the future racial violence in the United States, never again will the relations between blacks and whites be the same. The opportunities of the past to solve racial problems on the basis of mutual trust between blacks and whites, as advocated by Dr. King, are gone forever. We have fewer options now because the days following Dr. King's death and the protective mask worn by many American Negroes was ripped away to show clearly for the first time the extent of their rage and hatred. And once these emotions had been sprung out of the Pandora's box, there's no way or no one who could easily put them back. The murder of Robert F. Kennedy on June 5th, 1968 was a capstone to black despondency and despair. The death of popular leaders always produces social trauma, but it is usually temporary unless those leaders are identified closely with socially alienated groups. Both Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy were, and it took their deaths to show the depth of social alienation among all members of the black community. With the death of Senator Kennedy, the blacks lost the last white man in a position of leadership in whom they had any confidence. The signals of a genuine, deep-seated social alienation, never especially clear in the incipient stages of revolution because they are brief and emitted in a random fashion. However, if one is attuned to the signal's characteristics, it's possible to recognize them and distinguish their intensity. In this regard, a friend of the Justice Department with whom I shared Bernard Fall's apprehensions about a black revolution in the United States suggested if Howard University was not the site of a revolutionary transmitter, it was at least serving as a revolutionary incubator. At the time of our conversation, December 1967, Howard seemed the most unlikely candidate for a revolutionary incubator because Congress's close rein on its finances and its conservative, almost apolitical reputation. We discussed this point in some detail, and my friend finally suggested that I check it out for myself. Because the matters of revolutionary information, once or twice removed from the source, is often conflicting or misleading. I'll read it. Thus, I applied for a position as professor of economics at Howard University because I felt that the attitudes of the students in the field of economics would reflect more clearly the dilemma of those who are not yet committed to a revolutionary course of action. During my interview about faculty position in January 1968, I was inclined to dismiss the idea that Howard University was anything more than a university struggling to live within its means and provide a reasonable education for black students. However, between the time I applied for appointment to the faculty and my acceptance, the roof caved in on the university and its faculty leaders on the morning of March 1st, 1968. Several hundred students seized a number of university buildings and presented their demands for change to the administration authorities. This action was the first of its kind on a college campus in the United States, and very significant in the way it was different from all the succeeding student uprisings. Although its unique features were overlooked in the months that followed, it was assumed that merely the forerunner to seize, confront, and provoke incidents staged by the Students for a Democratic Society at Columbia and other universities later in 1968. The Howard takeover was characterized by strict organization and discipline, which were usually absent in student administration confrontations, which are certainly not automatic byproduct of social protest because they require hard work and a clear understanding of objectives sought. The students' prime objective was Howard's seizure of substantial improvement in the quality of their education, and their demands were carefully worked out in advance of the takeover. The entire operation was almost a textbook model of an exercise in social reforms. The seizure was swift and efficient. There was no damage to any university property throughout the 5 or 6 days of occupation. The switchboard was manned and operated. The internal discipline was maintained by the students themselves. Food was brought on a regular schedule. The students left the door open for dialogue and discussion with the university authorities, and when the administration indicated it was willing to explore with them what could be done to meet their demands, the seizure was called off as quickly as it had been launched. The students apparently believed that the university would work with them to solve the problems in good faith, but as the people hired made clear, it was not to be the case. Shortly after Howard's administration had accepted for further study the striking students' demand, I formally accepted the previously tendered faculty appointment. At this time, one fact was obvious: the university's administration and faculty leadership had become literally petrified in the face of black student power. So petrified that they revealed to me, that a newcomer in their midst, that they believed that the student takeover had been part of the sinister communist conspiracy. They said that the professors, who were secret communist agents, had come out of the woodwork to support the students, and that the student demands were totally unreasonable. The term unreasonable was not yet in vogue and was based on a Marxist view of shared authority in running a university, and that non-students were using Howard as a center for distribution of black power literature to other Negro colleges. In short, the only influence they could detect in the seizure was a communist conspiracy. Another revealing aspect of the potentially revolutionary situation at Howard was the students' reaction to the assassination of Martin Luther King. Although civil disorder followed, the killing was widespread and seemingly spontaneous throughout the country, especially in Washington. And although Howard straddles one of the ghetto corridors in Washington, in which there was extensive damage during the outburst, the overwhelming majority of Howard students took no part in the rioting, and student activist leaders went to great lengths to keep the campus cool. There are several possible explanations for the students' behavior. Either they were the more responsible than the rioters, their grief over Dr. King's death overcame any tendency they might have to run with the riotous herd, or there was a conscious design on the part of the activist student leaders to avoid punitive reaction from the police and troops against them, because the riot at that time was not part of their basic ideology. Probably all three reasons were contributory, but the third one is especially revealing in a revolutionary context because it reflects a refusal to confront the power structure at a time and place outside of the activist span of effective control. Although it cannot be proved that this was one of the reasons that the students did not participate in the spontaneous riots following Dr. King's murder, it should not be dismissed, for if it did not mark the beginning of change in the form of violent black protests and a more strategic acts of violence and a shift from massive ghetto rioting to urban guerrilla warfare, then the roots of the black revolutionary violence may go far deeper than can be determined from an analysis of a single, apparently random acts of violence. Another insight where the student activists at Howard stood in relation to the white power structure revealed in the picture that appeared in the Washington Post April 6, 1968. It showed 6 or 7 students clad in dashikis lowering the American flag in front of the main dormitory and preparing to replace it with the Black Liberation Front's flag. It was symbolically a defiant rejection of the assimilationist view of race relations in the United States, although this may be mildly interpreted as just another manifestation. The students' pick and impatience to do so is to be deceived about the depth and intensity of a black commitment to unconditional freedom. Before we can resolve the questions of whether the black students are crying out for honesty and justice or putting white America on notice that they will no longer have any hope that America will live up to its stated ideas, are on the verge of being radicalized, we must be sure that what revolution actually is, and not to confuse it with other forms or methods of political change. I don't know how much more I want to do. This is Promise Apparel. Dude's telling you these people worried about black folks tearing stuff up. I want to look in chapter 7 real fast, and then I'm going to move to another book. This is a chapter 7 from Promise Apparel. Some suggestions for counter-revolutionary social action. This is where dude lays out how black folk can be shut down and bought off. And it's a nice little chapter. Explains what they have to do to coon out black people. Some suggestions for counter-revolutionary social action. The problems of race and race-related issues can no longer be left to the dictates of a system of national priorities determined by America's institutional power elites, which, armed with government authority, are largely unresponsive to public need and insulated from any significant criticisms or reform. To persist in our entrenched ways is to invite disaster. There must be a change which will halt the increasing radicalization among our college students, particularly our black students. We must not let their potential for helping us find solutions become a potential for helping carrying out a violent black revolution. The only way to create the climate in which the changes suggested in this chapter can take place, a climate that will encourage reform rather than revolution, is to convince everyone, from the seemingly helpless individual citizen to the power broker, that we must not act from some abstract humanitarian principle, but out of simple self-interest. If we don't, in the not-so-distant future, our short-sightedness will bring us face to face with uncontrollable disorder. Short-term selfishness and apathy must give way to long-term selfishness, the kind of selfishness that makes each of us want to live in an orderly and truly free democratic society, simply because any other kind may destroy us all. The gap between the challenge and fulfillment is great, and we all need help. We all need all the help we can get to get close to it. We need the strength and vitality of the black community, particularly the college students. But if we don't get it, if we continue our piecemeal stopgap programs, full of grandiose promises followed by ineffectual action, or none at all, there is at present a feeling of helplessness and alienation that must be overcome, and to erase it, if there must be a commitment to innovative, realistic change by broad-based elite made up of government leaders, the thousands of disturbed and devoted people who work in government, and the millions of concerned and increasingly fearful citizens, and the young, those who are impatient with the status quo and feel that there are no real efforts now being made to cope with our problems. Without such a commitment, the actions suggested here, which are offered only as first steps, not as a full answer to our racial difficulties, will not be carried out, nor will any others. If institutional power structures do not become more responsive to reason, logic, and the practicality of such programs, the black revolution will proceed as planned. Basically, there are two aspects of our racial problems that we must deal with: the aspect of the necessity and the social aspect. Necessity has caused revolution when the physical conditions of life deteriorated so far that the masses literally had nothing to lose by attacking the existing regime. Perhaps America has so far been spared from a revolt based on necessity because in its past we've had an abundance of land in relationship to the size of the population, which made it possible for us to supply our basic needs and give us new areas to settle. A safety valve which enabled our citizens to break away from unsatisfactory social conditions. However, today, in spite of a continuing increase in interregional population shifts. There are no more open frontiers waiting to be settled by Americans. More importantly, there is no way for black Americans to escape physically from their current environments. In large measure, the black American must live or die where he is today, and what seems like islands of want surrounded by a sea of plenty, however polluted that sea of plenty may be. Poverty and inequality in housing, employment, education create a precondition for revolution because the black American believes, rightly or wrongly, that the American system has the ability to eliminate these inequalities, and although he has been repeatedly told that they will be eliminated, they have not been. Patience has worn thin, and as a result of rising expectations, in the face of continued frustration with the long, unintended ills of poor housing, lack of jobs, and fair education, each of these problems can be solved, but only after we stop the endless phase of problem definition and do the things required to remove the barriers to positive action. Housing. One of the principal barriers to the improvement of ghetto housing is the fact that the ownership of the deteriorating tenements is very profitable because of the perversion in the law, which was originally devised to encourage timely replacement of such capital items as apartment buildings. The slums represent a successful business venture, and that there is an expanding ghetto population with a fixed and in most cities declining supply of inner city residential housing. This situation, together with depreciation laws for newly purchased but not necessarily new capital assets, enables landlords to use the law to block needed reconstruction in the inner cities and to make what must be considered inordinate profits. An example will explain how the process worked. Landlord A buys a tenement with 15 rental units at a purchase price of $200,000 with a down payment of $20,000. 10%, a government-issued mortgage of $180,000. He sets the average rent at approximately $160 a month to produce an annual net rental income of $27,000. For the 15 units, a figure in keeping with the national average of local taxes and amount spent on rental property maintenance of the building, with more than 2 rental units in the inner city area and of the rentals of that type of property. Out of his net income, one might expect the landlord to pay some income taxes, but because he's able to charge off the depreciation of his tenements against his current income, he rarely does. We can assume that the tenement is at least 50 years old. More than 70% of all inner-city residential dwellings are more than 50 years old, and thus the landlord can declare the remaining life of his tenement to be 10 years to adopt a double declining digit method to gain the maximum amount of depreciation in the shortage period of time. That is, the first year of depreciation allowed is equal to 20% of the property's purchase price. 10% times 2 times $200,000, or $40,000. And the second year, it is 18% of the property's remaining value. 9% at 2 times is $28,000. At the end of 2 years, or even after the first year, the owner is in the most desirable position to resell his investment, perhaps to a friend, associate, or relative. It is not uncommon to find a ghetto tenement changing hands as many as 6 times in 10 years in order to take advantage of the depreciation gimmick. Now let us assume that the property is sold for the same price, $200,000. Landlord B, who is able to get a similarly insured government mortgage, since there's no shortage of tenants for slum housing, the government loan and the rental income are all but guaranteed. The new purchaser starts the depreciation process all over again. The original owner, who can and does become the third owner after 2 years, is able, under current laws, to net up to $68,000 in tax-free return on his original down payment of $20,000, either by starting the process all over again with another tenement, perhaps bought from landlord B, or by charging the rest of the unused depreciation, $68,000 on a net income of $54,000 in a 2-year period, off against other income. This is not usually thought of as a loophole, but it works out that way. A profit of $68,000 on a $20,000 2-year investment is handsome enough to keep the nation's slums in business. But in addition, every dollar that the landlord does not spend on repairs and the 2 years he owns the property represents 100% tax-free profit as long as his rental income does not exceed the allowable depreciation charge. See how they make any money? Which explains why slumlords are so reluctant to repair, rehabilitate, or renovate their property. Thus, the law actually promotes the very ends it was designed to prevent. That is, the continued existence of overaged, inferior housing. Landlords are able to sell and profit at the expense of the poor, and the process worsens already intolerable living conditions. Tax equity, if nothing else, demands an end to this cycle of preferential treatment for those who exploit both black and white poor. The simplest solution is to amend the federal tax laws that disallow depreciation for rental housing units more than 40 years while allowing the provision of the capital gains losses to stand. This would force the slumlord, who often pays no taxes, to pay his fare, and would lower the price of slum dwellings so that it could be more easily replaced. Taking the profit out of slumlordism will not itself solve our ghetto housing problem, but as long as its condition exists, there is no reason to suppose anything of the substance will be done. A second barrier to decent housing is the unwillingness of the building trade unions to enter the 20th century. Enter the 20th century. Former Illinois Senator Paul Douglas, in his extensive study on the nation's housing ills, conducted for the National Commission on Urban Problems, points out the impossibility of building the estimated 26 million units of new housing in the next 10 years as long as a jumble of special interest building codes and material and labor or utilization restrictions are allowed to continue. There's no need to restate Senator Douglas's findings. They are well known and have not been effectively challenged. But even though the report details the reasons for change, it is not likely to be adopted unless drastic preliminary steps are taken. There's no lack of new technology to solve our problems. There's a lack of leadership at the local, state, and federal level willing to rip down the barriers to action. What I'm going to suggest may sound radical, but represents the how in solving the national housing problem that stems from the local government's inertia and inadequate building codes drawn up in response to trade union pressures. The federal government must bypass the local government in D.C. in dealing with the housing problem there, and in this process create a public pressure for the kind of vigorous action in other cities. Local, state, and federal governments are authorized to exercise the right of eminent domain for school and road construction. However, in Washington, the federal government has added the authority to use eminent domain to acquire land for any purpose considered to be in the public interest or to promote general welfare. Further, Congress can either exercise directly or pass to the executive branch the authority to set aside and replace any and all existing building codes, conditions of work, etc. in the District of Columbia. This represents a great deal of potential power that can be used to break the nation's housing logjam. That is, the Congress and or the executive branch, without any additional authority, exercise the right to eminent domain to condemn every slum in the District of Columbia, buy the land at the price they determine to be fair, and inaugurate a program of urban renewal that calls on every possible phase of technology in order to build a truly model city. The program should not be based on outmoded building codes and restrictive labor practices designed to raise costs and provide featherbed jobs for trade union members, but on new, tested, effective techniques. It is possible to replace Washington's ghetto dwellings with low-cost public housing that is superior to what is currently being erected as private luxury housing at the cost almost 25% below that allowed or authorized for current public housing units. and this housing would soon become completely a paying proposition. Mass-produced quality housing for sale today in several European cities, and it is cheap in comparison with the current U.S. prices simply to construct and maintain, and it can be erected in an assembly line manner that would eliminate most of the physical relocation associated with urban renewal programs. If there was not enough persons in the trade unions who would be willing to work on a project that did not protect their special interests, there are non-union construction workers in the black community available to do the job, along with equally, if not more, competent electricians, plumbers, and engineers who happen to be members of the armed forces who can be ordered to erect the new buildings. We should remember that in World War II, when we needed ships in a hurry, Rosie the Riveter was successfully brought into shipbuilding, which was characterized by the most restrictive labor practices known anywhere in the United States at the time. The same can be done for housing. I don't know if I want to read all this. I'm ready to change gears. Oh, this goes on and on. Education. I want to hear this thing. He talked about the bushies. This is what I want. Okay. I skipped a couple of pages. Let me break here. I'm going to come back. In fact, this thing is bright. It's all good. How bright is this thing? Yeah, this is bright. Everybody, I'm going to come back maybe in an hour, hour and a half, and pick back up in here. But the next thing we're going to be doing is Dr. King. And I want to do a piece of this psychological warfare. And because I've been at this, so this is almost 2 hours, this hour and 40. From Savage to Negro. I want to do some of this. So we're going to come back in a few. But I need to give my eyes a rest. They're saying, help! So let me stop here. I'll be back in a little bit. And we'll keep it moving. But my eyes are saying they need a break. Hey, Eric Shanks. Eric Shanks, this book, Promise of Peril. This is absolutely... This thing is for sale. I think the most you'll pay for it's $10. It's worth reading the mindset of people. How do you prevent black folk from getting pissed and standing up? That's Promise of Peril. Oh, God, I did 2. I got, I still have some to get through. And I got all y'all up. I got to show y'all this. Oh, my God. I got one of these rare books, and it's signed. Oh, my God. I saw this. I want to thank y'all. Somebody sent me a copy. This is a book called Apartheid, South African Nazism. I'm going to probably do a little reading so you can see how this apartheid, how all this stuff, the Nazis, all of this is connected to American racism. So this is one I might do some reading in this. I might add this to my mix. I might do about a piece of this. And you can get a hardback copy of this. Anybody that's angry and black. This is a real good book here. The Rediscovery of Black Nationalism by Theodore Draper. This is hardback, and I got for $10. You need some ideas for a lot of you boomers, not boomers, some of you like millennials that don't know none of this shit. This is one to get yourself some history. You can get these on either Amazon. I got this on Abe. I got this on Abe. Apartheid, South African Nazism. It's true. And this is on Scamazon. This was nice. I got 2. I'm going to break here, and I think this heater on because it's cold. It is cold as hell here. It is knocking me out. So I'm going to come back, do another piece with y'all. Coon Busters, MFM, MFM, MFM. We're going to be doing more. I'm going to be reading from Martin Luther King. I'm going to pick out some pieces from Psychological Warfare just for you to have some idea what the whole idea is. And I'm not going to do the whole thing, but I'm going to look at psychological warfare and go through some of it and just talk to you how they lay this stuff out. And you'll start to notice that there's a very key thing. So let me just get this real piece here. I don't want to do too much. I think I'm going to do a little piece of this. And I'm going to skip through some of this. But psychological warfare, it's going on right now. They're using psychological warfare to frighten you to be vaccinated. It's being used. So I think you can get one of these. See if you can get a book. I've got some other books on psychological warfare. But I'm going to take a piece out of this. This is chapter 2, the function of psychological warfare. I don't want to have to explain it to you, but I'll explain what it is. Maybe I'll do some of it. I'll do a little bit of 1 and 2. And I thank everybody in particular on the StreamYard for your great patience with what happened today. With I couldn't even get my camera to work, my new webcam to work on the on my Apple app for cameras, FaceTime. And today it worked without me turning it on, and it served to shut off my transmission. Now, you can't make this up. Why does it work when I don't turn it on, but why wouldn't it work when I tried to turn it on? It was coming on without me. So they're doing creepy stuff. I'm not afraid. I could care less. 8 books. There are all kinds of people selling books out here. And by the way, I do want to get back to junk. There is some junk. I know I'm doing dense reading, but this little nasty book on interracial sex. Oh, yes. I can't wait to get into that. So let me see. I've got a couple of these. So I will get back to some junk, and there'll be some filth, some old nasty stuff in there. I know how black people are. Man, my head hurts from all this information. Man, just talk about pussies and dicks again, Dr. Short. I get you. I know you heavy, man. Okay, anyway. So I'm going to take a break and try to come back. In fact, some of y'all need to go to lunch. Y'all can eat. I don't get to eat. In fact, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'll get back with y'all. So I'll send out a notice again, and I'll see. I might even add this black nationalism thing in here. Man, y'all got to give it up. This black genocide book is good. Y'all got to give it to me. Oh, wow. These old books are dusty, and they mess my sinuses up. And I got other things. I'm going to try to, we got to attack feminism. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Which brother hates feminism most of all? You are looking at him. I hate feminism. I don't have any RESPECT for feminism. If you're a feminist, please get off my thread. We don't want you. We can't stand you. Go away. I finally got it. Thank you for your contributions. I got it. This lesbian Satanist, Kate Millett, the mother of modern radical lesbian feminism, I will be reading. We're going to read from the playbooks of the castrating man-hating women that so many of our stupid, misguided sisters follow. And I'm going to even show you, I was thinking about this. I have a little stuff so we can talk about traitor black lesbians. Many of you traders, you are. And I'm not sorry if you don't like what I'm saying. Complain until they kick me off this medium. I'll keep using it. This book here is talking about the carpet munching NAACP. Yes, this is the carpet munching NAACP. Different daughters. You want to hear about the lesbian movement. And yes, there's a big carpet munching, swirling Karen carpet munching sister who I'm going to bring up and I'm going to introduce because y'all need to know, yes, black women, when we swing a bat at your asses, it's for a reason. This has happened. This man-hating movement that's killing our community. This has happened on so-called educated black women's watch. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. I'm tempted, even if I stop reading, I feel like pulling up a video. I feel like pulling up a video because I keep talking to y'all, and I know when you share with black people, they're not serious a lot of the times. You give them a piece of information and then they don't do anything with it. They ignore it. So I think while I'm here, let me do this while I take my break. I want y'all to see something. I'm learning how to use this damn, here it is, iPad. I'm going to get, this show. I got to show you black women what y'all doing. A lot of y'all. And it's unforgivable. They're building up Stacey Abrams for fall. Um, Let me see if I can find it. Okay, sisters, I'm going to show this while I'm taking my break here, get myself together. Let me see if I can get this video up here. Mm. And this is what a whole lot of, like this broad Kizzy who's pushing this vaccine. They picked up all these black women that are going to help. There have been over 4,000 people seriously injured or killed by the vaccines. And they have a black woman as the face of it. Trust me, if I'm just telling you how I understand the people that stormed the Capitol the other day. If I was a racist white dude living out in, say, Illinois, and I've been seeing this black woman made the vaccine, black woman, black woman, black woman. He already hates black women. Okay, I'm just telling y'all, fools. Then they take their child to get vaccinated, and their wife and a couple people get sick. Y'all don't understand the entitlement complex of a lot of people, and it's unfortunate. I can just tell you, a lot of folks would want to go in with the gun and shoot the nurses, all the black nurses. It's a lot of people don't understand how bad this racial thing. It is satanic. Racism is a Luciferian concept. It is a demonic construct in the minds of many people, causes them to do great wickedness. There was a black woman in Chicago who had a Latino boyfriend, and she broke it off. He went to the hospital and shot her ass. They didn't show his picture, and they wanted to make it out as a black man because they're constantly trying to make black women dislike black men. And by the way, it was a chunky sister. She had money and all that, but she was a class C sister who didn't really keep herself up in such a way to be tempting. Men are attracted by what they see. So you ugly yourself up and a man's supposed to be attracted to you. You get with the man and start looking ugly and he's supposed to still want you. Who told you that shit? Who told you? And I mean, all big. I mean, I've never seen a fat dude who had a lot of women that didn't have money. He may know how to talk to them, but a big dude, he had to have like a personality. And I've seen fat black women with nothing going for them. Nothing. And they thought everybody should want them. And I'm telling you, a big fat dude, he better have some money. He better know how to dress. He better have some kind of swag or something to get him by because fat on black men isn't esteemed as attractive. Black women don't esteem it. So, vice versa, why should black men want a lot of blubber? I mean, hell, uh, what I look like Captain Ahab? Look, Moby Dick is a fictional book, right? Okay. And I don't like fiction. So I don't want Moby Dick. Please be in shape. Please don't be oversized and think everybody's got to want you. It's not true. It isn't true, black women. It's it's time for us to have a war. And by the way, we've been hearing women's opinions our whole lives, talk shows, television, radio, church. Angry Black Men's Book Club is one of the few places, and that's why I have so many brothers listening, to have a black man just trip on you and say actual shit that we think and feel and we know to be true, that we know that you normally can't say. And you know I can't work for no university after this because some lesbian feminists say, well, you've heard what he said about women. He said this about women. Right. They write books talking about cutting men's dicks off, killing them. No one says anything to them, right? Man cracks some fat jokes and he can't work anywhere. He's a monster. Well, I couldn't trust him around women. Well, even though he doesn't have a criminal record, well, just it's very disturbing what I've heard him say, right? How come it's never disturbing when these women hate men? How come it's never disturbing? How come that's not a problem? And they put women in charge. And I'm telling you, when I was in elite school, Harvard, man, and they had women that hated men and told that there was nobody a young man could go to if the teacher gave him a bad grade. He's told, well, it's part of life. You're gonna get screwed sometimes. I'm just saying. No, just to spite. I should show this again. I want y'all to see what's coming, y'all, because a lot of oops, a lot of our sisters, they don't do comparative analysis when they talk about black men. They really don't, right? What you know about, when you talk bad about brothers, hey, shit, it's always whatever people are saying. Nobody ever really tells y'all that in the real world, outside of this white supremacist cocoon that you're in, where you're protected from reality and shit, a lot of stuff that's normal business here, black sisters. Uh, Let me get this thing up here. I'm wondering, should I turn it sideways? Will it go sideways? Oh, yeah, this is even better. Um, Everybody on my YouTube, you may want to go to, if I can't get this down, let me see if I can get this down. If I can get it, because I don't think it'll let me, I don't think I can do this. I'm getting another, I'm getting um, another, that's too low, so I need to bring it up some. Oh, how do I bring it? Hold on 1 second. No, I can't do it like that. Let's see if I can do it like this. Nope, I can't get you in here. I don't know. I can't bring this in. So y'all can only hear this. I'm sorry. Y'all won't be able to do that. We're working on this. Pretty soon I'm going to be able to stream on a bunch of platforms. But I want to play this video. I'm going to turn the lights out. And I want, because, I'm going to give you a quick story. What's happened to the black community is that black men, part of this whole thing is that black men have had the shit beaten out of them by white men and everybody else the last 400 years. And when you beat the shit out of a people and you conquer them and the men lose their status, it puts the women out of order. And so, yes, all of you black women, for the most part, are out of order, whether you like it or not. If you're one of those nice sisters that's loyal, God bless you. You're in the minority. As most sisters are out of control. They're crazy. And somebody needs to tell their ass. And most black men are either too busy being simps, begging. They can't really tell the truth, right? Because they're afraid. And so the situation that we got, this thing just turned off. In the case of the proud people of France, when the Germans beat their asses, and like wow, like in 3 weeks, in 3 weeks, the Germans kicked the French people's asses and they took their asses down. The Frenchmen completely got played out. They became nobodies, and the the French women decided to do what a lot of black American women are doing now. Since the men are down and they're not shit, not that they lost and they fought, we're going to turn our backs and get what we can get off of this new group of men that are running stuff. This is what the French women did. We're gonna run with the Germans. In fact, the Germans were blonde. A lot of French ain't blonde. We're gonna run with these Aryan men, and we're gonna get all the nice food and stuff. And under the German control, the French went under mass incarceration. That's right. They start putting all the Frenchmen in jail to produce war material for the Germans. And the French women said, "Shit, German dudes, we gonna have a good, we gonna have a good life. I don't care what happened to the French men. Y'all lost. Y'all didn't win. So I'm gonna get mine. Y'all ain't running nothing. I'm gonna do what I want. I'm right." The French women did, they did their version. Okay. Parce que la chute de l'Empire français, parce que tu ne peux pas repulser les Allemands. En result, je suis pour les Allemands. I mean, I'm going for Germany, right? The French women sold out, was screwing the German soldiers. Yes, they did. They were swirling. They were swirling. Just like what we do right now. And as a result, when the French men came back at World War II, they kicked the asses of the women that were swirling and selling out. The Stacey Abrams, the hard-headed, backstabbing, Candace Owen type broads got punished. See for yourself. It's coming, judgment.
There is an old saying. It says that each of us have two countries to ourselves. One where we are born, and the other one will eventually find us. We just need to keep our eyes open, and I kept mine, and the country found me. That was France. Every time I traveled to France, my head and heart probably both wondered if I was ever French in one of my past lives. I have this strange, though so beautiful, a connection with everything that's French. Being a traveler, history fascinates me the most. History lives forever, but what keeps changing is how we perceive history through our own sentiments. This is when I was looking into the chapters of the French Liberation in 1944. If we look back to the history of women's fate, it had mostly been the darkest. A price that women had to always pay for being a race so beautiful, for being a race so tolerant, and for being a race so judged no matter what. No, I'm not a feminist, but an equalist, and yes, like most women, I often wonder what God must have had in his mind when he was creating us. There was something beyond their facets of victory that caught my attention. The fate of women accused of sleeping with the enemy. Collaboration horizontal. My research on France during the World War II of the Nazi occupation in Europe brought me a lot of pain. This was a period of mass kidnapping conducted in French and Polish cities with the aim of capturing young women for sexual slavery. Women were kidnapped by German soldiers for prostitution. The German command turned the hotels into brothels for their officers, where hundreds of women were dragged mercilessly down by the streets by their arms and hair. Brothels soon became home for these French women, and accepting this life was their only choice. Most of the times, it was a compromise that these women made to survive. Their compromise not only fed them food, but also luxury at the time when the whole of their country was tearing apart by fear, hunger, and death. These girls were adjusting to a life that the world outside the brothels only detested through hatred and anger. It was a difficult time for judgment. Either part of the world were right on their part of rage. The ones who were hungry and dying, and the ones who chose to eat and survive. At the same time, in between all the compromises and rage, some of the German soldiers were also falling in love with these French women. And these love stories were beyond the war. But history always had its own mission. After 5 years of war, the World War II came to an end in the year 1944. Soon, the liberated French were rounding up the women collaborators for public humiliation. Men who volunteered to work in German factories were also captivated, but women almost always were the first targets. Altogether, 20,000 women were known to have marched down to this further act of cruelty as a punishment by the French. But the true number may be well higher than 80,000 women. During the same time, there were these resistance leaders in Paris who tried to make severe effort to stop the public acts of humiliation. But then there were also these leaders who had more strength to encourage the anger in the youth to continue the torture on these women. Their heads were shaved off. And these women were often paraded through the streets on the back of the lorries. These women were beaten inhumanly and were forced to run naked, daubed with tar. They were often marked with swastikas and paints. Some of them were even shot to death. This misogynistic reaction was actually the revenge on women almost worse than rape. Isn't it an irony that even history reassures women had mostly been condemned as the ugly part of negotiations made by the world of men?
Okay. She gave you a story.
At a critical turning point in the Second World War, 80,000 Marines prepare for a daring assault on a strategic Japanese island.
Okay. What you heard was a sanitized version She says she's not a feminist. It's a damn lie. She's a feminist. And you have a nation that's at war. Unless someone forces you to screw somebody, you owe it to your nation to not do it. That woman just made a half-assed defense of the disloyalty of French women to France. Now, she's talking about these women being grabbed by their hair, but these men were being put in camps, men killed, men shot down. Relatively speaking, I'm not trying to say you don't want women protected and you don't want women on the battlefield and you don't want women abused, but with all due respect, my friends, with all due respect, um, when there's a war, you don't sleep with the enemy. There's a war being waged on us, and we think sleep with the enemy is cool. Black trifling simp swirlers and so forth, they abound. But we're not under the same kind of warfare as the French. And I see greater collaboration in our people than what this lady tried to dismiss. I want to say to you that the French women had German boyfriends and they weren't all in brothels. These folks wanted the nice stuff and they didn't care who brought it to them. The Frenchmen were down and the German men were up. Well, hell, I'll get me a German. Sure, it was like that. And there's a reason. And what she didn't mention is that a lot of these women that had German boyfriends ended up not just sleeping with them, but giving information that led to the men who were French standing up being killed and murdered by the very guys they're sleeping with. Those French women got punished for disloyalty. Loyalty matters. Loyalty is important. I don't give a damn what the white lesbian feminists who are loyal to white men tell stupid ass black women. The disloyalty of black American women is well known. We have a problem of disloyalty, black women. You have a disloyalty problem. You're not loyal. You're seen as being on somebody else's team or that you're mercenary. We do have sellout coon black men. And we talk about them, but when a black woman's a sellout, you don't hear it. It's not mentioned. It's time for everybody to be held accountable. And I'm just saying to you, uh-uh, uh-uh. We got black women judges throwing the books, going along with the mass incarceration laws. Oh, we have so many black women prosecutors. And all those black women prosecutors didn't make a record off of putting black men in jail. The treason behavior of pork chop feminism is unforgivable, ladies. Judgment's coming. There's an awakening of misandrony. And I am saying my generation, I'll talk to you, try to reason with you, debate this thing, this millennial thing, and the thing behind it. It's it's like, wow, wow, wow. The treason must stop. I've got a book and I've got to find it. And it talks about the woman's arts movement and how the CIA and all these other people got all the black lesbians to work against. And I'm going to talk about that in this Daughters of Belitis book. Sure, the little black lesbian trader. There's another one that I had shown the other day. We're talking about the one that had one of her breasts cut off. It'll come to me. Uh, she's Caribbean too. It's time for the treason to stop. It's time for the betrayals to stop. And it's time for people to be accountable. And you always think of French men as weak and faggoty and passive. Oh, to hell they were not. They were hot and they came after those women that ran after German guys. And this little broad who comes back later and tries to just say, well, they were all forced. No, all black women are not forced to kiss up and run after men in other groups. I've been in so many situations. I think I'm going to have a show. I'm going to just talk about some situations where you're in a professional or learning and you had a black woman just knifing you and you're like, they, and most black men just take it and keep going. Don't say anything. It's over. I'm speaking from a position of being a person that can see what's coming. I'm just saying to you, Oprah Winfrey and other folks, they're going to get hit. If they've been involved in human trafficking, they will drag some of the biggest black women that they've built up as a successful black women, unlike black men. The shit they say on television, they built you up. The fall's coming. There's a picture with Schumer kissing on a little black girl. I should send that and show you. There's a picture of Hunter Biden naked with a little girl. And who's supporting overwhelmingly? Biden? Y'all gonna, if Trump survives another term, there's gonna be a lot of hostility towards the people that tried to steal the election. I've been saying this since October. I don't care if you don't hear me. You'll feel the results of this emotional, pork chop feminist bullshit crusade y'all been on. It's coming. And by the way, it's the judgments deserved. There's going to be a reset in Black America. And there's going to be a reset on simps. Because the sister's going to want to know, can you protect me? Not just beg me, can you protect this coochie? Now, oh my God, that video was so refreshing. I mean, got my energy back. I'm still going to take a break and come back. And thank you all. I hope that Vichy thing, there's more. Actually, y'all want me to get another Vichy video? Because she's not the only one. They jacked those women up. They came for them. They came for the women that sold out. I'm serious. I should show y'all some more. Um, This is annoying. Wait a minute. I'll show y'all some more. This is not judgment's coming. And I don't care if you're not scared. Y'all gonna experience, this gonna be some punishment. Hold on, that video won't give it to me. Hold on, let me get this. I'm gonna get this one. Yep, when you mess with the Nazis,
It's 1942, and the Germans occupy and dominate the vast majority of Europe. They were there, on the scene, and the local men either were not dead, in prison camps, in hiding, or were greatly diminished in status. Like soldiers of every army of every period of history, as soon as the Germans got comfortable, they started scouting around for women. And, as always in times of military occupation, there were willing women to be found. And, sure enough, the German soldiers found them. It's not quite clear what the big deal was about exchanging clothes with your French girlfriend, but it's shown on many pictures here. That seemed to be the thing to do. And it seemed quite common, as if this was the proof of, well, you know. Everyone in the Wehrmacht knew that Paris was the place to be. The official German propaganda outlets even advertised its allures. Essentially, and this is no exaggeration, Paris became almost synonymous with giant cat house in the Wehrmacht. To some extent, that reputation remains to this day in certain quarters.
a cat
Some of the
house.
women simply fell in love and married their German beau. Who could foresee that the world would change so drastically so quickly? Once in that situation, staying home became untenable. Time to follow husband wherever he is headed, even if it is prison camp. And sometimes you need to put aside your cynicism. Love is love, for better.
These people, these people basically went tricking. They 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 slept with these guys. I'm just saying, and people still talk about that. And this is absolutely the reality that these women went along with. And a lot of these, I don't know why this doesn't show the video. I can tell you where to look for it. I can tell you how to find it, but it doesn't show the video. I guess when I try to use it on my pad, it doesn't do it. All you need to do, I challenge anybody, you will find that the women in all the countries that went along and slept with the Germans, after the men in their group had been punished and knocked down and crushed, they were hated deeply. The disloyalty that we have towards one another as black people, and there's also black men that are disloyal. They trash black. But I'll tell you, it's just not on the same display. O.J. Simpson is a disloyal black man who does not deserve our support. He's completely disloyal to black people and to black women, to his own mother. And people know that about O.J. This disloyalty must stop. Um, we do need one. Lawrence Jones, that's a great thing. We need a black family, black men's defense group, and it shoot. I mean, just need to do it. And it doesn't take that many people. But yes, sisters, this Stacey Abrams and the stuff that's done. Look, I don't mind a black person being senator. I don't mind a black person winning. In fact, I'd be quite happy if black folks got stuff. I'm not anti black people, but it shouldn't be someone like War Nuts who doesn't give a damn. And Stacey Abrams, for all the stuff you're hearing about Stacey Abrams, you can't hear or point to any major accomplishments that she's done for black people. She's basically been an operative of the Democratic Party. I'm gonna stop here. It's 2:31, 2 hours and 31 minutes. We'll get back with this. I still got books. I got stuff. So we still got Dr. King and Bob Lewis and Baker, and I'm gonna go through a couple more of these. The reading's going to be good. Um, I'm going to deal with the most boring things first and try to get rid of them. So I'm going to look at the psychological warfare. Yes, I am. And then we're going to get back into race and sex. I just think it's important. So for all of you, with 100 and so odd people looking, I'll be back. It's 2:07. I'm thinking between 3:30, 4 o'clock. We'll do another huge session. Let's see if we can run it from then. And I'm thinking, I actually think there's going to be mm, um, there are 34 people, so there are 100 people. Should I do it? Yeah, I'm gonna add some more trash. I'll take a few minutes. I'm gonna read something from this book I love so much. God, I love this book. This white woman is so much trash in this book. I should. If I do it now, I don't have to do it later. You know what? Mm, 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 mm. I know this thing is so stupid. This is in acknowledgments. I don't want that. I want to see something. Oh my. Who should I do? Mm, mm, mm. I want to see what she says about patriarchy. Oh God, I can't stand this lady. Patriarchy. Oh, 64.75. Mm-hmm. Just wondering, this lady is such a crazy ass broad. Mm. I want to look up something. I want to look up a better word. Let's see what she says about that. Nah. Okay. Now it's 34 and 69. Now, all of y'all, maybe I should look at someone else. Let me go to one of my favorite books here. I may as well give y'all from this phenomenal book here, full of dirt and sludge. I should mention someone who's no damn good. Um, mm, mhm, mhm, mm, 41. I love looking at these really idiotic people. Yeah, okay, no, let me stop. There are 100 of you guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to stop for a second and here full of dirt and sludge. I should mention someone who's no doubt. I need to take it. I better. I've had too much fun telling the truth. Let me stop. It's 2:15. I'll join you. 3:30, 4 o'clock. Who you gonna call? Coon buses. It's time to just get up, break up out of here. I'll see you in a little bit. Bye.